morning from the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. Welcome to the 2017 American Athletic Conference Track and Field Championships, the indoor version, and you can see the excitement of the athletes as they walk in. They're getting ready to put on some great performances under the roof of the Crossplex, which hosted the NCAA Division I championships last year. And I'm Steve Schoenwald. I'm your host for the meet this weekend. We hope you'll be here for the duration. It's going to be a great meet, and we're going to kick it back to Haley Outen for a preview of the meet.
Haley Outen here from the American Digital Network studio. We're getting ready for the 2017 American Indoor Track and Field Championships, which will be taking place this weekend in Birmingham, Alabama. After a three-peat by East Carolina in men's swimming and diving, both the men's team from Houston and the women's team from UConn will be looking for their third straight titles on the track. Taking a look at the men's side, one of the top athletes to watch will be Cameron Burrell. Burrell was named Track Athlete of the Week twice and Field Athlete of the Week once this season. Burrell is the defending champion in the 60-meter dash and holds the fastest time in the 60-meter in the conference this year. Alongside Burrell on the track for the Cougars will be Eli Hall, who has the top mark in the conference in the 200-meter, Mary Latin, who has the fastest 60-meter hurdles time in the American, and Brian Barraza, who is the only runner this year in the conference to break the 4-minute mark in the mile. Tulsa will be looked at as a strong competitor to Houston as the Golden Hurricane excel in the distance runs. Tulsa has taken gold the last 2 years in the mile, 5,000-meter, and the distance medley relay. Senior Mark Scott has the fastest time this year in the 3,000 and 5,000-meter races. In the field event, Cincinnati's Adrian Velez has the top mark in the pole vault as he looks to win his third straight title in the event. Houston's Cameron Cornelius and Cincinnati's Macklin Tudor are separated by 1 centimeter for the top shot put of the season, while Memphis's Luke Vaughn is just behind. Cornelius will be looking for his third win in 4 years in the shot in a very competitive event. Freshman Alex Rapp from Tulsa is the favorite in the weight throw with a top mark and school record 21.59-meter throw earlier this season. On the women's side, UCF's Anne-Marie Blaney will be looking to make her mark in the record book in the distance races. The senior set school records in the mile, 3,000 and 5,000-meter events and holds the top time in the American for those races, which she has won the past 2 years. Memphis's Martina Rodriguez will be a top challenger to Blaney in the distance races, especially the mile, where Rodriguez owns the top time this season and is the defending champion. Blaney has 2 teammates looking for back-to-back titles in their respective events. Rosie Chamberlain is the top time setter in the 800-meter, and Janaea Bellamy has the fastest mark in the 60. Bellamy will also be a contender in the 200-meter with Tori Williams from Houston. In the field event, Cincinnati comes in as one of the top teams to beat. The Bearcats are led by Annette Echekunwoke in the throwing event. Echekunwoke leads the American by over 2 meters in the weight throw and is tied with defending champion Tochi Niemchi from SMU for the top spot in the conference in the shot put. Erica Hurd from Cincinnati won the last 3 high jumps but has since graduated. Now it is teammate Loretta Blout who holds the top clearance in the conference as the Bearcats look to keep a hold of the high jump gold. Rebecca Abrahamson is the defending champion in both the long jump and the triple jump, but will be challenged this year by Samaya Samuels of Houston. The 2017 Track and Field Championships begin on Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern and will be streamed live on the American Digital Network. For updates, follow the American on Twitter at AmericanXCTrack. Best of luck to all teams competing, and make sure to head to our Championship Central page at theamerican.org/ITF for the latest results throughout the event.
We're back here live at the Crossplex, and we're getting underway with the pentathlon. That is 5 events. They start off with the 60-meter hurdles, and as you look live down, they're getting ready for the second section of the 60-meter hurdles for the pentathlon. Again, it will end with 800 meters. So it's a tough day. It's 5 events in 1 day, and the athletes have to pace themselves, yet try to get personal bests in their event. They try to run the best time they can, throw the farthest. It's not about winning the event. It's about putting points together to win the whole pentathlon. And right now we are in 60-meter hurdles and the second section. And we will have Bryant of East Carolina in lane 3. Novostova of SMU is in 5, and Pritchett of UCF will be in lane 7. The starters are about ready as they've given the athletes their instruction. And now they're getting ready to get in the box. And we're underway, section 2. That is Novostova across the line first from SMU. And her time 8:99. The meet record in the women's for the hurdles is held by Devin Cartwright of set in 2015 with a time of 8:69. And that was a replay of the race that just took place. So Novostova across the line first from SMU. Section 3 coming up. We'll have Stevens of East Carolina in lane 3, Pooler of South Florida in lane 5, and Goffer of East Carolina in lane 7. And basically right now they're just taking some practice starts, getting focused for the start of their race when it's called to the line. Again, each event, they will be getting points for their performances, and we will be giving those points as we go along. Again, this has just started, so this is section 3 of 4 sections in the pentathlon. And usually the first event is the toughest for the athletes because they're trying to get the nerves, the butterflies out of the way, and then they settle in as the events go on in the pentathlon, and they're getting ready to get in their blocks. And we're underway. And that looks like Gaffar from East Carolina, her time 8:79. And this is a replay of the race. As you see, Gaffar got beaten out of the blocks, but she came on after the first hurdle and won it going away. Coming up now, section 4, we'll have Lightfoot of Cincinnati in lane 1. Lane 3 will be Larson of Houston. Lane 5, Strauss of Cincinnati. And in lane 7, Sims of Houston. This will be the final section of the women's 60-meter hurdles for the pentathlon. And we're waiting for 2 of the athletes to get back to the box. The starters will give them their commands and instructions, and they will be on their way. The women's high jump will follow, the pentathlon high jump, will follow after the 60-meter hurdles. That will be their next event. And it looks like Strauss of Cincinnati across the line. And her time 8:94. And again, she's beaten out the blocks, but she starts coming on at hurdle 2 and 3 and takes the lead and comes across the line first. Next event scheduled up for the women's pentathlon will be the high jump. They'll have 30 minutes to get ready for that event. So they'll gather their things up and they'll move over to the high jump pit. They have a low pit and a high pit in the high jump in the pentathlon, and the high end pit is usually down at the giant crossplex scoreboard, and the low pit is usually down at the start finish line area. Again, they'll have about 30 minutes to get themselves together and then move on to their event. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
When learning creates leaders, ideas are ignited, focus gets sharper, and service connects generations. We commit our expertise to heal, to discover, and to drive our region forward to a brighter tomorrow. East Carolina University. Tomorrow starts here.
To discover your power, you have to innovate, inspire, be up for the challenge, have the drive to achieve and the vision to transform. To unleash your power, boldly forge ahead to a place where nothing holds you back. This is the University of Houston. Welcome to the Powerhouse.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
At SMU, students and faculty work hand in hand to shape answers to real-world challenges.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a lesser person.
How can we strengthen human rights around the world?
It turns out computer malware is extremely...
How do we prevent cyber terrorism?
The limb comes off.
How can the human body set new records of performance? What can presidents teach us about leadership? From the SMU campus in Dallas, we're shaping the answers that will shape the future of the world.
What makes a temple owl? Meet Stella. She's wise, fierce, and she's not alone. Temple University, where owls call home. We are the cherry and white. The city is our classroom, and we lead the rush hour, making our mark on every field around the world. A world without Temple, well, That's like the sky without the North Star. Temple, never stopping.
When it comes to learning at Tulane University, there are no boundaries. Architects and scientists in New Orleans, doctors and public health experts in Africa, history and language scholars in Latin America, legal students and professors in Europe, business students in Asia. Tulanians are all over the globe, and the world is their oyster. We've got that, and a lot more, right here at Tulane University.
University of Tulsa, a top 50 private institution.
Access to traditional prosthetics for kids is challenging. At Limitless, my goal is really to give them a chance to chase their dreams and to instill confidence so that they can go after whatever they want.
De ver o sonho meu, do meu filho, sendo realizado. Isso não tem preço.
The labs at UCF were so instrumental. I couldn't be in a better place. This is where I call my home.
This is a classroom.
This is a lab.
This is a study break.
This is family.
This is our backyard.
This is UConn.
The University of South Florida is a regional powerhouse with global significance, leading advances that are changing the world. Now a leader among the nation's universities in research, healthcare, and just being cool. The place where young men and women train to become the best.
This is where the Bulls run.
And welcome back to the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. We've just finished the first event of the pentathlon. There's 5 events, and you can see some of the placing in the 60-meter hurdles. That was the fourth section. Katie Strauss had the best time, and we hope to get the point boards up for you so we can give you the first place in this after the first event in the pentathlon. Once we get those points up, we'll be able to give you who's in first. And we're going to be moving over to the high jump. There'll be 2 pits in the high jump. There'll be a higher pit, which is down near the crossplex scoreboard. The higher jumpers will be there. The lower opening height will be down towards the start-finish line of the track on the infield. And they'll split the field in half. The meet record in this event is held by Erica Hurd, set in 2016 with a jump of 1.84 meters. And it looks like maybe they've just gone to 1 pit. Usually they have a split on 2 pits. But we will see if they move the other high jump pit out on the sprint lanes of the track. And after the first event, the hurdles, most of the nerves should be out of the way, and they're getting their steps down now. They get 30 minutes in between each event in the pentathlon and heptathlon. And during that 30 minutes, they can get some liquid refreshment, water usually, and then they'll start measuring their steps out, getting ready to warm up. And I hope you'll stay tuned with us. We'll be back with the pentathlon high jump in about 15-20 minutes. So in the meantime, just sit back, get your favorite beverage, and get ready to come back to the pentathlon high jump.
And they might, we still might. He just said, don't plan on schedule has the last event starting at 5:20. And it's like right now, 9 o'clock we started. We're just sitting there till 9:45, which is not even minutes. We're sitting there getting out. What's up to you? You probably just go ahead and work out a plan on what you're going to do. Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure we'll have it. I mean, why would they make us wait 45 minutes for this event? I don't think they're going to bump up against us, but we're going to start getting confidence. Now we're also as I said, it's also we didn't take them 10 minutes to set it up. Yeah, but what they've got is they've got the 60 hurdles women starting at 135. And they've got the 60. No, I don't think they are. That's what I just said. Right now is an indication that they can't already start.
And we're live back here at the Birmingham Crossplex for the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. The pentathlon is underway. We already had the 60-meter hurdles, and the pentathletes are down at the high jump area. Originally, they were going to use 2 pits. They've decided to just use the 1 pit, 13 competitors. And we will try to get you the updated scores after the first event and who's leading the pentathlon. But if you did not realize, it is 5 events on one day, so it is grueling. And here are the scores right now. Gaffer leading with 954 points. That is from the 60-meter hurdles. So she had the fastest time in her section of the 60-meter hurdles. And you can get a view of some of the athletes now down at the high jump. And that event is still in the warm-up. They get 30 minutes between each event. They get a little rest time as far as drink some water or just kind of lay down for a few moments. And then that also included in that time is the warm-up time. So Strauss is in second, and as the scores scroll around, you can pick out your favorite athlete, or if you don't have a favorite athlete, you can see the top athletes right now with the scores up. Strauss with 922 points. And as I said, it's 5 events, and it's grueling. They finish with the 800 meters, which is, if you're not familiar with indoor track and field, this is the standard track is now 200 meters, so that would be 4 laps around the Crossplex Oval. And the Crossplex is one of the premier track and field facilities in the world. They hosted the NCAA Division I National Championships here last March, and they will have the NCAA Division II Championships this year. Many conference meets are held here, and this Alabama High School State indoor track meet is held here. And this is the 2nd year of the American Athletic Conference here in Birmingham, Alabama, at the beautiful Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. And we're going to crown a lot of champions in the individual events as well as the team champions. We hope you'll stay with us the next 2 days for some exciting track and field. We have pole vaulters warming up. That event scheduled to start at 10 a.m. And Adrian Vallis of Cincinnati is your favorite. He's jumped 5 meters 57. And we'll have 8 vaulters. We'll try to get a starting height is scheduled to be 4 meters 67 in that event. And I do not have the time of when actually the 30 minutes will be up for the pentathlon high jump, but the officials will give us a signal. And again, this wide shot of the facility, it just shows the beautiful facility itself. And there is a natatorium here also that they hold many swim events, and there's another building where they hold basketball, collegiate and high school wrestling. So it's an all-around complex here in the city of Birmingham. If you ever get to Birmingham, Alabama, I would say stop by here and see a great facility, multi-sports facility. And this is a shot of some of our meet officials checking in, the pentathletes getting ready for the high jump. And the pentathlete high jump records held by Erica Hurd, set last year. This is the conference meet record in the pentathlon, 1 meter 84, set last year. Again, they will be trying to get points in this event, so they're trying to have their best clearance that they can. You have to realize that it's not about winning the event, it's about having your best performance per event. And there is a points for each height you clear. So you'll get different points for each height, much like the running events where there are points, the scoring table for how fast you have run. So some people are stronger in the field events. They'll get more points there, but they want to get as many points as they can in the running events or vice versa. And the idea is to try to set PRs or close to your best in each event. For most of these athletes, this is the event of their indoor season. Some will go on to the NCAA Division I Indoor National Championships. And actually, this is probably the most important event for all of them because you have a team title. And this is the heptathlon listing of events. So we've already done the 60-meter hurdles. High jump will be starting shortly, and then they will move 30 minutes between each event at the conclusion. So you'll go to the shot put, the long jump, and the concluding 800 meters, which is always grueling because you have 5 events in one day. And there's a nice shot of our athletes as the high jump referee is, or excuse me, the high jump official is giving them their final instructions before they start. And as you look, you can tell some of them are trying to get their game face on and try to get the butterflies out. Most of them did that during the 60-meter hurdles, the first event. We appreciate you being with us on this coverage today of the American Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships. If you're not familiar with the American Athletic Conference, we'll give you a rundown of the schools that are in it, that are participating. The member schools, we have Houston, SMU, Tulsa, Memphis, Tulane, USF, UCF, ECU, Temple, UConn, and Cincinnati. So there are 11 schools with indoor track and field programs that are participating, that are member schools of the American Athletic Conference. And it is an exciting time when you can hoist that trophy that you've won your conference meet. Again, as I was telling you before, some of the athletes will go on, if they have qualifying marks, to the NCAA Division I National Championships. And you are watching the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. And we're getting ready for our first competitor in the pentathlon high jump. That is Strauss, and she sits in the second position overall in the individual scoring. She has 922 points. And she clears that height. So as you can see, they're going to make an adjustment. Looks like she cleared that with plenty of room. And it looks like the high jump officials have adjusted the bar up. And you see what goes into the measurement of the next height. They just don't put it up. They have to measure it with different devices to make sure that the bar in the middle is at the right height. And that's a replay of Strauss clearing the opening height. This is Sims up. And she clears the next height that it was raised to. Sims from Houston. She stands in 12th place right now in the competition, so she really wants to gain a lot of points in this event. That was Nova Sadova that just cleared that height. Stevens is up next. Stevens is in 10th place, and she's also clearing. Most of these athletes in the pentathlon and heptathlon, they want to get points. They just don't want to start at a high height and miss and then not get any points. So they start at a lower height just to put some points on the board. Many of you may remember Dan O'Brien, the great former world record holder in decathlon, and he washed out in the pole vault at the Olympic trials, where he put the opening height, his opening height, when he was coming into the pole vault. He decided to go up higher and no-heighted and did not make the Olympic team. So I think a lot of multi-event athletes learned from his big, big mistake.
How's the exposure look on 3?
This is Lightfoot from Cincinnati. And she stands in 4th place right now in the competition after one event. And she cleared that by a lot. So again, they're just trying to get an opening height mark so they have some points on the board. That was Gaffar clearing that height. And she's in 1st place, actually, in the pentathlon right now after the 60-meter hurdles. So she's put some more points on the board to add to that lead. And Sims of Houston hits the bar off. Now when we get to the higher heights, they could come back on the pentathlon leader that we were talking about. So the idea is to keep making that height. Each height you make, you'll add to your total point total. You'll take the best height and the points that go with that to add to what you did in the 60-meter hurdles. So if you scored 900 points in the 60-meter hurdles and you scored 300 points in the high jump, that's 1,200 points. There's actually a table. I do not have the table in front of me, but there's actually a table that they go by, which the overall officials have to score, which is usually done by the timing company. So Sims gets clearance from the University of Houston. And you get 3 attempts. If you're new to track and field, you get 3 attempts at each height, whether it's the long jump, triple jump, high jump, pole vault, shot put, weight throw, all those events. You get 3 attempts. The difference in the multi-events, such as the pentathlon, the heptathlon, that's all you get is 3 in the regular pole vault, high jump, long jump, and shot put. You get 6 attempts if you make the finals, but every event here is a final. You look at it as a final. They get 3 attempts. Bryant on the apron for the high jump, her attempt. Bryant from East Carolina. And the bar is 1.45 meters. That's what's on the performance board. 1.45 meters. Bryant is in 8th place overall after the 60-meter hurdles. And she clears that 1.45 meters, so she'll move on to the next height when they move the bar up. Lightfoot back on the apron. And she clears the 1.45 meters. Goffar now up from East Carolina. And that's another one clearing 1.45 meters. And Goffar has the lead in the pentathlon. So she keeps clearing heights, which eventually will get the point total from this event and add the hurdle point total and the high jump point total. Many of you tuning in may be track enthusiasts and know about this, but there are a lot of people that tune in that do not follow track and field as close. And so we're just trying to educate people a little bit. And that was Nova Sadova from SMU. And she stands in 3rd place in the overall competition after the 60-meter hurdles. They're going to be getting ready for the men's pole vault. They're introducing the vaulters. And opening height with that will be 4.67 meters for that event. This is Sims of Houston up. And again, the pole vault opening height is 4.67 meters. And your favorite in that event. Okay, the scores were back up for the pentathlon. We'll see if we can get that for you, but basically the scores are the same. They will not change till we conclude the high jump. Sims misses again. She should have one more attempt at that height of 1.45 meters. Again, 8 men in the pole vault, and Adrian Valles of Cincinnati has the best mark coming in, 5.57 meters. And he is the top vaulter in the conference. Paul Pujats in 2014 had a meet record. He has the meet record of 5 meters 45, 5 meters 45. So he's the meet record holder. And the point totals. Gaffar has 954 points in first from East Carolina. Strauss is second, 922 points. And those point totals are from the hurdles, the 60-meter hurdles. And the bar has been moved up in the women's high jump to 1 meter 48. So any jumper, any pentathlete that has not come into the competition, they're sitting out to wait to go to the higher heights before they make an attempt. And it's usually the higher jumpers that wait. But some jumpers, as I've said before, or pole vaulters in the heptathlon, they want to get points right away. So if something happens and they know height at a higher height, at least they have some points on the board. This is Lightfoot of Cincinnati now. And she clears 1 meter 48. Larson of University of Houston. And she knocks the bar off. Quite a few of these athletes, when they do that, they'll go over to their coach and get some instructions to modify their run-up or make adjustments to the run-up. Gaffar back up at the new height for her, 1 meter 48. And that looks like Flores, who knocked the bar off in the pole vault from the University of Houston. We were back at the high jump. Gaffar knocks the bar off. So we are now, this is track and field, especially indoors, like a three-ring circus where you're going from event to event. Those of you who are new watching this feed, and you do not know track and field that well, you could go through a running event, a couple field events, just going around and around, getting updates. And we're just trying to give you some highlights of each event at the appropriate time. It's still early in the competition. So as the meet starts to heat up, you'll get more running events and more field events going. And again, the women's high jumps at 1 meter 48. The men's pole vault is at 4 meters 67. This is Ives on the runway in the men's pole vault from UConn, making his first attempt, and he knocks the bar off at 4 meters 67. Larson of Houston still on the apron, getting ready for her next jump at 1.48 m. That is in the high jump. And we have clearance over in the pole vault. And he cleared that pretty easy. Again, the action is heating up. Larson knocks the bar off over at the pentathlon. So we are basically jumping back and forth. Again, just giving you an idea. This is like the three-ring circus. And that is a replay of it. And we have a miss in the pole vault. And there was nice clearance there. Now, waiting to see if they eventually move the, looks like they may be moving the pole vault bar up. No, we'll wait and see if that height goes up on the reader board. Have clearance over in the pentathlon high jump. Larson. And so now the bar in the pentathlon high jump goes up to 1.51 m, 151. Flores of Houston on the runway over in the pole vault. And he knocks the bar off. He looked like he was over it, but came down brushing it on his way down. And there you go. So Strauss is on the apron of the pentathlon high jump, and she is in second place with 922 points in the after the 60-meter hurdles. But we have another jumper up though right now that's getting ready, making her move to the bar, and she aborts that attempt. She'll be able to go back and restart. They do have a time limit of how much in between each. And we have clearance over in the pole vault. Chernoff clearing. Chernoff from South Florida. And there are 12 jumpers remaining in the pentathlon high jump. They started with 13. 12 still in the competition. And a heck of a vault there. The bar stayed on. As we go back to the pentathlon high jump, and there's a miss there. That looks like Larson over in the pentathlon high jump. Kafar now up from East Carolina in the pentathlon high jump. And she has clearance. the athlete over here at the pole vault on the runway now. Flores from Houston on the runway. Stevens on the apron at the pentathlon high jump from East Carolina. And she clears 1m51. And the bar is going up in the men's pole vault. That's 4.82 meters now. 4.82 meters in the men's pole vault. And he clears that easy. Bar has gone up over at the pentathlon, 1.54 meters. Pentathlon high jump. And this is the clearance in the men's pole vault. And our first athlete at the new height clears it. Brushes it ever so lightly, but the bar stays on. Bryant now of East Carolina on the apron. We have a miss over at the pole vault. And another athlete over at 1.54 meters, pentathlon high jump. All right, Strauss up over in the pentathlon high jump. First attempt at 1.54 meters, and she clears it. As you can see, the action is really heated up. We keep going back from pentathlon high jump to men's pole vault, back and forth. We have a miss over at the pole vault at 4.82 meters. And that was Ives that missed on that attempt from Cincinnati. And we have a miss over at the pentathlon high jump. That's Larson of Houston that knocked the bar off. So Gafar is on the runway, or on the apron, for the women's pentathlon high jump, getting ready her attempt at 1.54 meters. We're over to the vault, and we have clearance in the men's pole vault. And he cleared that pretty easily. And now we're back to the pentathlon high jump. The pentathlon leader after one event, taking her next attempt at 1.54 m and knocks the bar off. And you can see she basically just about sat down on the bar for that miss. And we have a miss over at the vault. And now back to the high jump. And we have another miss there. That was Novosadova missing from SMU. Loeffler now over at the pentathlon high jump. Looks like she's just coming in, actually, from Cincinnati. And she clears it. Again, brushing the bar, coming back down. But the bar stayed on, and that's the main thing. That was Pooler of South Florida, cleared the last height over at the pentathlon high jump. And we have the bar knocked off over in the men's pole vault. Now Stevens back up from East Carolina. Her attempt at 1.54 m. And as you could see, she had no lift, just basically went right into the bar. Lightfoot up from Cincinnati. And she clears it. Brushed it, but it stayed on, so she will live to see another height, as they say. Over at the pole vault. Larson back up from Houston, trying to get over the height, and again she knocks it off. Gaffar again back up from East Carolina, trying to get over this 1.54 m. She does have some points from a lower height, but she wants to stay in the competition and raise those points so she can pad her lead. And we have clearance in the pole vault. He brushed it, but the bar stayed on. Berger clearing the bar from Cincinnati. And that's a correction. That was from UConn. He's from UConn. The last vaulter that cleared that height was from UConn. So we have a knockoff of the bar over at the pentathlon high jump and over at the men's pole vault. Novosadova is back up from SMU. And she knocks the bar off. Stevens now on the apron in the pentathlon high jump. And we have a Yukon vaulter on the runway in the men's pole vault. That's Ives of Yukon. I'd like to let you know that the heptathlon, that will start at 11 a.m. with the 60-meter dash. And the first running event up on the track today will be at 12:15, the women's mile run. That is a qualifying round. So we hope you'll stick with us all day with some great track and field, indoor track and field, as the competition heats up with more running events and other field events. And we also will have some great interviews throughout the competition, and we have clearance of 1:54 m in that pentathlon high jump. And Gaffar knocks the bar off at 1:54 m. And we have a vaulter, it looks like from South Florida, coming onto the runway, and he's getting ready. They move the bar up now in the men's pole vault to 4.97 m. There's a shot over at the pentathlon high jump. Gaffar talking to her coach, trying to make an adjustment at the 1:54 m height over at the athletes bench. Novosadova, SMU, on the apron. And she's trying to make that next attempt to get over 1:54 m. And she does. So she'll move on to the next height when they raise the bar. Many of these athletes that are competing in these multi-events know about approximately what points totals they will be scoring as they go over these heights or run a certain time, so they're processing that in their head. And we have another clearance there. It looks like Stevens of East Carolina over the bar. And the bar is going up in the pentathlon high jump to 1:57 m. 1:57 m. The men's pole vault 4.97 m. So we're starting to get up to the higher heights. And if you've just stumbled across this coverage, this is the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. And we have clearance in the pentathlon high jump at 1:57 m. So you're watching the pentathlon high jump and the men's pole vault are both going on currently. This is the second event, the high jump in the pentathlon. They've already run the 60-meter hurdles earlier. There's Brian of East Carolina. And now it seems like everybody's clearing this height, at least the first two competitors. And we're 3 for 3 on first attempts. That's Strauss over the bar with the pentathlon high jump. They're down at the pole vault, making sure everything's set at the new height before they have the vaulters make their first attempt at the 4.97 m. Lightfoot on the apron now at her first attempt at 1.57 m. And she'll try to make an adjustment with her coach to clear that height next attempt. And as you see, her coach is talking to her already as she made her way over to the athlete's bench. Larson, and she clears. So Larson of Houston clears that height. Brushing it ever so slightly. As you can see the bar quiver, but it stays on. And she's over with her coach now. So he gives her instructions on making an adjustment. And looks like Pritchett from UCF now making her first attempt in the high jump. This is the first height she's come in at. And she clears. We have a miss over at the pentathlon high jump over Sadova from SMU. And she was actually hit it going up. Hit the bar. Loeffler from Cincinnati now on the apron. Looks like we're almost ready to restart the pole vault. As they were making adjustments over at the standards. And Pooler of South Florida clears the height of 1.57 m. Gotcha. Gotcha. Here we are. And Stevens knocks off the bar from ECU. So Lightfoot knocks the bar off at 1.57 m. Pooler from USF had cleared the bar earlier. And Loeffler back up from Cincinnati. And she clears at 1.57 meters. And we have a miss over at the pole vault and at the pentathlon high jump. And the athlete actually slipped into the bar. That was Stevens of ECU. Lightfoot back up from Cincinnati. And this is Lightfoot, and she knocks the bar off. We have a vaulter from UConn now on the runway, making his attempt at 4.97 meters. And he clears it. Sadova of SMU knocking the bar off. So we're back to the pole vault runway. Actually, the women are getting ready to jump in the next jumper in the pentathlon high jump. That's Stevens of ECU. And she is a sophomore, so this is her second time in the championships. And as you see, she's talking to her coach. Hopefully they can make some adjustments. Over to the pole vault. And we have a miss at the vault. Looks like Fogarase of USF missing that over in the pole vault. And the pentathlon high jump bar has now been moved up to 1.60 meters, 1.60. And we have Jones of Temple, and that's her first attempt in the high jump. She's coming at 1.60 meters. Bryant up from ECU. And she clears that. Over to the vault. We have a USF vaulter up and over, and it stays on. So we have clearance in the men's pole vault. Fagarasi of USF. Pritchett from UCF now up on the high jump apron. And she almost sat down on the bar, but it stayed on. Loeffler of Cincinnati now up. Pooler from USF now up. Urbano now from Cincinnati, making her attempt at 1.60 meters. And she clears. Pole vault has been, pole vault bar is going up to, and she cleared that nice, even though she brushed it a little bit at the end, but over to the pole vault. They've moved the height up to 5.12 meters with 4 vaulters remaining. We have Strauss over at the pentathlon high jump. And we have a vaulter from USF will be making his first attempt at the new height, 5.12 meters. He's on the runway. And we have a miss there. starts over in the pole vault. And that was Hunter. Hunter of UConn clearing the bar. So back to the pentathlon high jump, and Strauss is getting herself focused for this 1.60 meter height. So we have a miss over at the men's pole vault and a miss at the pentathlon high jump. And Larson of Houston misses at this height. Bar over at the pentathlon high jump at 1.63 meter, 1.63. And you see a shot of the athletes sitting on the bench, some standing up, just kind of, some are putting warm-ups on, some are taking them off. They'll be jumping next. Jones is on the apron from Temple. And again, the scores in the women's pentathlon. Goffar still leading, but that is after the hurdles. They have not factored in the high jump points yet. And Jones clears 1.63 meters. And these competitors like to clear that first attempt at any height. That means there's less jumping for them. As you get longer into the competition, the legs start feeling tired. You start losing the spring out of your legs. So they want to try to clear on the first height and not have to take as many jumps at each height. It's Bryant of ECU. Loeffler of Cincinnati. He is getting ready. And the bar in the pole vault is at 5 meters 27, 5.27. Pritchett up on the apron, and she knocks the bar off. Loeffler again up. Urbano now from Cincinnati. And she clears it. We're back to Bryan of ECU. So Pritchett misses her attempt. UCF over. And we have Loeffler up now. And we're over to the pole vault. Valles is up on the runway. He's from Cincinnati. He has the best seed mark of 5 meters 57. And we had clearance over at the pentathlon high jump just a moment ago. And that was Bryan of ECU. And he went back to the pole vault, and plenty of clearance. That's Adrian Valles looking for his 3rd straight title from Cincinnati, an All-American. So he clears 5 meters 27. And we have clearance over at the pentathlon high jump. Falter is on the runway. And 5 meters 27. And the pentathlon high jump now at 1 meter 66. 166. Jones at tempo back up. Urbano now up for Cincinnati in the pentathlon high jump. And this is Brian of ECU now. Loeffler now from Cincinnati. As you can see, not much spring in those legs right now. Looks like Jones back up. Getting the bar at 1 meter 66 in the pentathlon high jump. And she clears that. So Hunter misses at that height from Connecticut. 5:27, 5 meters 27. And the bar going up over at the men's pole vault. Bryant from ECU back over to the pentathlon high jump. Loeffler now up. Urbano, Cincinnati, going through her pre-jump ritual. Most jumpers do have that. And she clears it. She celebrates with her coach clearing that height. Bryan again from ECU, and she misses at that height. And Valles of Cincinnati on the runway. He'll be making his first attempt at 5 meters 45. And he has that fairly easily. Adrian Valles of Cincinnati. Back to the back over to the pentathlon high jump with Loeffler. So the competitions are heating up, especially in the pentathlon high jump. As they start getting higher, we'll reduce the field. The pole vault field has been reduced in the men's pole vault. .169 now, 1 meter 69 over at the pentathlon high jump. As you can see, Loeffler was talking to her coach, trying to make some adjustments. The men's pole vault bar has been raised to 5 meters 60, 5.60. And you may see some of the heptathletes out on the infield, actually on the sprint lanes, getting ready as they will be running at 11 o'clock the 60-meter dash. That'll be the first event of the heptathlon, scheduled for 11 a.m. So we're moving closer to start time for the heptathlon. But they will not be able to do that till the pentathlon high jump is done. So they will continue to warm up, and when that pentathlon high jump is over, they'll be able to move the bench where the athletes are sitting on, and also some other items that need to be moved out of the way. They have to, before they can have that event. Nice picture of Adrian Valles as he is getting ready for his attempt at 5 meters 60. And Jones of Temple missing at 169, but we're over at the pole vault. This is the man you want to see, Valles from Cincinnati, and he takes the bar out on his first attempt at 5 meters 60. And we may be behind in start time for the start time of the heptathlon. As I was telling you, they have to finish the heptathlon high jump first before they can run the heptathlon 60 meters. And the heptathletes, they'll just make their adjustments and continue to warm up, check their blocks. Jones over at the pentathlon high jump now. Jones from Temple. And that's a miss. And if you've just been surfing around on the internet, changing the channels or whatever, this is the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. And this is the pentathlon high jump, second event in the pentathlon. They started off with the 60-meter hurdles at 9 a.m. this morning. And Jones clears. Jones from Temple, 1.69 meters. Urbano is up next for Cincinnati. This is Velez in the pole vault, making his way down the runway. And it looks like he did not have enough speed going down the runway, even his other attempt. But he will try to make some adjustments at that next attempt at 5.60 meters. And it looks like they're getting ready to change the height on the pentathlon high jump to 1.72 meters. Looks like we have one jumper left, if I'm correct. Jones from Temple. Velez is the only jumper left in the men's pole vault. And if you're tuning in to see the men's heptathlon 60-meter dash, they have to finish the pentathlon high jump first, as that is the runway for that. The apron is through the sprint lanes in the middle of the track. So Jones will have 2 more attempts at that height as she misses. Obviously not a very good attempt at that height, so she'll try to make adjustments. She'll go over to her coach. And as you can see, the heptathletes are just kind of gathered around, talking a little bit to each other as well as trying to get themselves together mentally, ready for the 60-meter dash. It'll be about 5 minutes or so at the conclusion of the pentathlon high jump before they'll start that race. Jones is up. And she'll have one more attempt at that height. Looks like maybe her legs are out from under her. She lacks the spring, looks like right now, but maybe she will get over the next height. And the scoring up from the pentathlon. Jones is in 4th place with 9:02. Again, the scores have not changed, but we have a lot of viewers just viewing, so we want you to be up to date on what you're watching. Again, they will adjust those scores with the high jump included at the conclusion of this event. Then we'll bring those new point scores for you. All right, this is the final attempt over in the pole vault. Adrian Valles of Cincinnati trying to make his final attempt at 5'60". We got Jones getting ready at her final attempt at 1'72". And she aborts that right now, but here's Valles coming down the runway. And he clears it on his final attempt at 5'60". So he will get another attempt. Jones did not break the plane, so she still has her attempt for the high jump at 1'72", the pentathlon high jump. And she knocks the bar off. That should conclude the pentathlon high jump. They will move on to the shot put. Scheduled approximately 30 minutes from now, but they're setting the bar up, so let's see. That is it. That concludes the women's pentathlon high jump. We'll have about 5 minutes or so before the heptathletes start their 60-meter dash to open up the heptathlon. Again, the women in the pentathlon will have 30 minutes from the time they sign off here to till they start competing. So the event going on still will be the men's pole vault, the heptathlon 60-meter dash. That will be coming up in about 5 minutes or so. Again, this was after one event, the scores in the pentathlon. As you look through those, we should have updated scores within a few minutes once they turn in the paperwork. And we will be ready to flash those up for you so you know if there's been any lead changes and position changes, and there certainly will be. The men's indoor conference meet record in the pentathlon, held by Louise Hansler, set in 2015 with a time of 7.10. And there'll be two sections in that. So it looks like they are getting ready, scheduled to compete. Kasupski of Connecticut in lane 2, Huston of Memphis in 3, Bloom of Cincinnati in 4, Tornay of UConn in 5, Roland Sladell of Cincinnati in 6, and Lucy of Houston will be in lane 7. And the heptathletes are ready in the blocks. The men's heptathlon 60-meter dash. And we're underway. First section of the heptathlon. Across the line from Cincinnati with a time of 7:06. So Valles of Cincinnati back on the runway as his first attempt at 1.70 m. He'll have 2 more attempts at that height. Section 2 of the men's 60 will have Scott of South Florida in lane 2. And this is the heptathlon 60. Scott of USF will be in lane 2. And here's another look at Valles' miss at 5.70. That is 18 feet 8¼ inches, so that is very high. Again, getting back to the second section. Scott of USF will be in lane 2. Morales of Houston in 3. Metzler of Houston in 4. Guerrero of Memphis in 5. Tritino of Houston in 6. And Lockhart of Connecticut will be in 7. These are the results of the 60-meter dash first section. Bloom again, the fastest time of 7.60. Austin 7.12. And Kasupski running 7.27. At the conclusion of the second section, they'll have the point totals totaled out, and we will see who is actually leading the event. But Bloom actually is the event leader. We just didn't have the point total with it. And that will change somewhat if Section 2 obviously runs faster at the top end. that looks like Scott running 7:01. Scott from USF. Very nice time. Metzler of Houston running 7:08. So there's some very good times. And again, we'll wait for the point totals to come up. The women in the pentathlon have moved to the shot put. That is their next event. Approximately 30 minutes to go. And it looks like 11:45 will be the heptathlon long jump. And that is 11:45 approximate start time as they'll move to their next event. And the bars at 5'70" in the pole vault. Adrian Valles of Cincinnati, your only vaulter left in the competition. And that height is 18 feet 8 inches and a quarter, or 8 1/4 inches. And the results of the 60-meter dash second section, as you can see, Scott ran a nice time of 7:08. Bloom, that was from actually, he ran in the first section, so it's the total results of that 60, and they should have the point totals up to go with it shortly. Scott should be your leader in this event point-wise in the heptathlon, your early leader, as he had the fastest time. And then Bloom from Cincinnati should be in second on points. Well, we'll wait for them to come up. Meanwhile, Valles is on the runway from Cincinnati, making his next attempt at 5'70", 18 8 1/4 inches. And of course, you can see he stalled out on that attempt. So the pentathletes, the women, are moved down to the shot put area. They're warming up. The men have 30 minutes, and they will start shortly warming up for the long jump. It's going to be some great action later on the track, as we will have, starting at 12:15, the women's mile trials. The finals, of course, will be tomorrow. And again, that is at 12:15. The next field event will be at 2 o'clock at the conclusion of the men's pole vault first. It'll be at 2 o'clock, the women's pole vault. But we still have Valles left in the men's pole vault. And again, the bar's at 5'70", 18 feet 8 1/4 inches. And we like to mention, if you've just tuned in, you're watching the 2017 Indoor Track and Field Champions of the American Athletic Conference at the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. The pentathlon started at 9 o'clock, and they went from the 60-meter hurdles to the high jump, and now they're moving to event 3, the shot put, where they're warming up. That event takes place right under the giant scoreboard, just about. We're going to take a break here, so please resume with us in a little bit.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
And we're back here at the Crossplex for the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. If you're not familiar with the Crossplex, it is in Birmingham, Alabama. And they like to say this is where champions are crowned. They did host the Division I Indoor National Championships last year. And this is the second year of the American Athletic Conference, being at the beautiful Birmingham Crossplex. And Adrian Velez of Cincinnati will be getting ready to get back on the runway, make his final attempt at 5.70 meters. That's 18 feet 8 1/4 inches. And as you well know, that is a very high height. Those of you who follow track and field, that is a very high height. We'll try to get you the new updated scores in the women's pentathlon standings as well as the men's after the first event. And Velez is a junior. He's going after his third straight title in this event. Record holder, Adrian Velez. Let's give, as you can hear, they're going to give him a big hand. He's the new meet record holder, just didn't have it coming down the runway, so he decided to just take it through. But a great performance today for Adrian. And he'll be conference champion again for the third time. And you'll be seeing more of him at the NCAA Division I championship, I would think, the indoor championship. So we are waiting for the heptathlon and the pentathlon next events to start. They're in their warm-up. Again, the point totals should be coming our way shortly. As you can see, this is a beautiful facility as they take this wide shot. Those of you who are just tuning in, the first running event will be at 12:15, the women's mile trials. And the next field event scheduled for 2 p.m., the women's pole vault. So in the meantime, we have the multi-events going on, and this is the shot put. And the shot put is contested down under their giant scoreboard here. And they are just still in their warm-up. So while they're in their warm-up, we're going to go to another break. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a little bit.
The University of South Florida is a regional powerhouse with global significance, leading advances that are changing the world. Now a leader among the nation's universities in research, healthcare, and just being cool. The place where young men and women train to become the best.
This is where the bulls run.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
When learning creates leaders, ideas are ignited, focus gets sharper, and service connects generations. We commit our expertise to heal, to discover, and to drive our region forward to a brighter tomorrow. East Carolina University. Tomorrow starts here.
To discover your power, you have to innovate, inspire, be up for the challenge, have the drive to achieve and the vision to transform. To unleash your power, boldly forge ahead to a place where nothing holds you back. This is the University of Houston. Welcome to the Powerhouse.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
At SMU, students and faculty work hand in hand to shape answers to real-world challenges.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a lesser person.
How can we strengthen human rights around the world?
It turns out computer malware is extremely...
How do we prevent cyber terrorism?
The limb comes off.
How can the human body set new records of performance? What can presidents teach us about leadership? From the SMU campus in Dallas, we're shaping the answers that will shape the future of the world.
What makes a temple owl? Meet Stella. She's wise, fierce, and she's not alone. Temple University, where owls call home. We are the cherry and white. The city is our classroom, and we lead the rush hour, making our mark on every field around the world. A world without Temple, well, that's like the sky without the North Star. Temple, never stopping.
When it comes to learning at Tulane University, there are no boundaries. Architects and scientists in New Orleans, doctors and public health experts in Africa, history and language scholars in Latin America, legal students and professors in Europe, business students in Asia. Tulaneans are all over the globe, and the world is their oyster. We've got that, and a lot more, right here at Tulane University.
The University of Tulsa, a top 50 private institution.
Access to traditional prosthetics for kids is challenging. At Limitless, my goal is really to give them a chance to chase their dreams and to instill confidence so that they can go after whatever they want.
De ver o sonho meu, do meu filho, sendo realizado. Isso não tem preço.
The labs at UCF were so instrumental. I couldn't be in a better place. This is where I call my home.
This is a classroom.
This is a lab.
This is a study break.
This is family.
This is our backyard.
This is UConn.
Welcome everyone back to the 2017 American Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. And we're going to crown quite a few champions over the 2 days, as well as the team championships. And if you've just tuned in, we have completed 2 events in the pentathlon, the women's pentathlon, the 60-meter heptathlons and the high jump. They had moved over to the shot put area. The men have just started their competition in the heptathlon, and they are over at the long jump. They just did the 60-meter dash, and now they've moved over. We'll try to get you the point totals off of both those competitions so we can let you know who the leaders are here shortly. You're looking at the shot put, the pentathlon shot put, and it looks like they are still actually in their warm-up phase. And that event takes place down under, there's a giant scoreboard here at the Crossplex, video scoreboard, where they're viewing what you're looking at on your screen at home. So they are still warming up in the pentathlon shot put. And that's a picture of the cage where they have the shot put and the weight throw competitions here. And some of the athletes get a chance to sit down and relax a few moments. They just had the pole vault awards, and we hope to get the winner up here for some comments from him. Adrian Valles of Cincinnati. And he's a 3-time champion in this event. And this is an incredible facility up here in Birmingham. If you ever get a chance, stop on in. They're right off of I-20. Not only do they do track and field here, they have a natatorium across the hallway. And they have another building with a hallway where they play basketball, high school wrestling, other competitions. And actually, in this building, in the summer, they will do other events like volleyball, cheer competition, etc. It's just a beautiful complex here. The Birmingham Complex, the Birmingham Crossplex. Another good shot of the pentathletes as they are warming up and sitting there warming up mentally. And we're with Adrian Velez from Cincinnati, a Bearcat.
Yes.
And you were a Bearcat on the runway today.
Yes, I did. I was. It was a very good day. I did a PR, so I'm really excited about it.
So a new competition record for the conference.
Yeah.
And you look like you got a little tired at the end at 5'70".
Yeah. It's always rough to jump a lot of heights, and today I made a couple of bars, so at the end I was a little bit tired. Yeah.
I know that you train a lot, making a lot of attempts to be ready for a long competition, but sometimes that doesn't always work out, and you try to take as few jumps as possible.
Yeah, that's it. And also jumping in the morning, 10 a.m., it's a little bit rough, and it always gets you tired. So
it's not like the distance runners who are used to running cross country in the fall when they get up at 6 in the morning and then compete at 8. So it's a whole different game for the pole vaulters.
Yes.
Now,
yes,
where do you stand as far as going to D1 indoors?
Yeah. So right now I think I'm ranked 3rd. I have been a couple of times All-American, so I think my goal for this year is try to win the national championship. It's going to be really hard, but I'm going to give everything I have to do it.
Who do you look as your main competitors at the national level?
Well, so I don't really look a lot to the rankings, but there's a couple of guys from Virginia Tech. There's a freshman from South Dakota. I think those are my main competitors. Yeah.
So now outdoors, you went to the nationals last year?
Yes, I did.
And was this the first year, meaning last year, that you went to nationals, or you're really a veteran? You've been a few times.
I have been a few times. I have already been 4 times. I have been first team All-American in 3 of those 4 times. So I have a little bit of experience.
So you don't get the butterflies quite as much as other people would.
No, I think I have the experience, and now I'm ready to go.
So what is your goals coming up? Obviously to win the indoor nationals, but you must have other goals.
Yeah. So my main goal for this indoor season on this season is jumping 570, which is the standard for the World Championships, which will be held in London in August, and hopefully I will be representing Spain in those championships. Yeah.
Well, we want to wish you the best, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you jump in a few weeks at the NCAA D1.
All right, thank you very much.
Adrian Velez, meet record holder and champion for Cincinnati.
Thank you very much.
And we're back at the shot put area. Great young man there, Velez from Cincinnati, from country of Spain, and hopefully we'll get to see him represent the American Athletic Conference as well as Spain at the World Championships, World Track and Field Championships in London this coming summer. And it looks like they are underway, as there's a mark there for Stevens of ECU. Kristen Stevens. And again, as soon as we get those point totals from the high jump added to the 60-meter hurdles, we'll have the updated standings in the pentathlon and also the point totals from the 60-meter dash in the heptathlon. In the meantime, though, the pentathletes are still competing, moving on to the shot put, and it looks like the heptathletes will be competing shortly in the long jump. And the event record in the pentathlon shot put, the conference event meet record, held by Saya Bikanova, set in 2015 with a mark of 13 meters 61. So we have 13 competitors scheduled from the pentathlon in this event. In the order of throw, here's a replay of this last throw. And the order of throwers is Strauss of Cincinnati, Nova Sadova of SMU, Urbano of Cincinnati, Pritchett of UCF, Stevens of ECU, Waffler of Cincinnati, Sims of Houston, Lightfoot of Cincinnati, Jones at Temple, who had the best mark in the high jump, Pooler of South Florida, Bryan of ECU, Larson of Houston, and Gaffar of ECU, who actually had the best mark in the hurdle event, the first event of the pentathlon competition. I want to remind everyone that the running events will start at 12:15 with the women's mile run. They will be qualifying rounds, and that will be at 12:15. Field events with the women's pole vault starting at 2 o'clock. We just had the men's pole vault, and we will have the women's again at 2 o'clock. And that looked like Jones of Temple on that last throw. For those of you who are just tuning in and are new to track and field, the pentathlon is 5 events: 60-meter hurdles, high jump, shot put, long jump, and their 5th event is the 800 meters. So it's a grueling day for our pentathletes. With the heptathlon, they start with the 60-meter dash, move to the long jump, shot put, and high jump, and their other 3 events will conclude tomorrow. And it's kind of hard for the general public to get viewing, but the teammates can go down to the area. You probably saw them behind the barricades there to cheer their teammates on. And there's a nice shot of the ECU team supporting their pentathletes. Brittany Bryant of ECU. And for many of you, you probably have never seen a cage like this, especially if you're not involved in track and field. But this is for the safety of the athletes and the people outside the cage, mainly. But even the athletes that are near the cage, as well as the meet officials. And that was Gaffar from ECU. She won these. She had the best time in the 60-meter hurdles earlier and had the lead in the competition. Still waiting for the new point totals to come down. Nova Sadova from SMU. Just threw the shot. So moving on will be Urbano of Cincinnati, should be your next thrower. And these multi-events, there's so many different disciplines, and if you've never tried it, which most of us haven't, it takes a while to get proficient at those events. If you've never done them, coming out of high school, you may have done the shot and discus or some of the jumps, but this is trying to put each event together to be the very best you can be. So it takes time learning the event, the coordination of each event. And when you talk about it, the final event being 800 meters, or in the heptathlon 1,000 meters, then you have to factor in the endurance end of things. That was Caleb Pritchett of UCF that just threw the shot. And then you have the sprints and the hurdles. So that is why they call it the multi-events. Looks like Stevens of ECU. Looks like the men may be starting the heptathlon long jump. That may have started. They are on the runway. Looks like they are raking the pit and adjusting the reader boards for distance jump. So we are underway in that area. This is the heptathlon long jump. Still waiting for the point scores from the heptathlon after their first event, and the point totals in the pentathlon after 2 events. That was Loeffler. She's excited after her throw, looks like, over in the pentathlon shot put area. Back to the heptathlon long jump. And as you can see, Bloom fell back a little bit on that jump, and that's one thing you don't really want to do, because they measure the closest break towards the board, and that's included. So but after one event, he should be in the top 2 to 3 competitors in point total. And the conference meet record in the men's heptathlon long jump, Luis Hansler, 7 meters 36, set in 2014. The order of competitors is Morales of Houston, Briere of Memphis, Lockhart of UConn, Wallenslag Joe of Cincinnati, Tournay of UConn, Rusi of Houston, Kopsupski of UConn, Bloom of Cincinnati, Scott of USF, Metzler of Houston, Hostin of Memphis, and Trotino of Houston. That's the order of the men's heptathlon long jump. And Austin from Memphis jumping. Throw it to Tino. From Houston on the runway. He's jumping in the 12th position. And Troatino looks like completes the first round in the heptathlon long jump. And we're about 20 minutes, approximately 20 minutes away from the women's mile run qualifying. This is Morales of Houston. And he is the first jumper in the rounds. Beret of Memphis on the runway, trying to get the crowd excited. So jumping in the second position. Over at the pentathlon shot put. Looks like that last long jump was 7 meters 43. Lockhart of UConn up on the runway in the men's heptathlon long jump. Tournay up next from UConn. Trottiano now from Houston on the runway. Correction on that, it's Rusi of Houston on the runway. And that was a foul on that jump. Kosubski of UConn, your scheduled next jumper. And he is now on the runway. Jumper scheduled up will be Bloom, as you see Kasupski getting some information from his coach to make some adjustments. And Bloom trying to get everybody fired up for his jump. And next up on the runway should be Scott of USF. And he is on the runway. Looks like doing his final mental preparations. Metchler from Houston up now. Austin of Memphis now taking his jump. Troy Tino of Houston is on the runway, and he'll get ready for his next jump. And we're back around to the third round. Morales of Houston up. And they get 3 jumps in the multi-event competitions. And that was a foul. Ree of Memphis will be your next jumper. Next event up on the track will be the women's mile. That is scheduled for 12:15, so we're moving closer to start time for that. In the meantime, you're seeing the final round of the heptathlon long jump going on. We also have the pentathlon shot put. It looks like that is concluded over in the shot put area. And if so, they'll move on to their 4th event, which would be the long jump. Renee of UConn up on the runway. And let's see what that jump registers. Looks like 7 meters 94 was that last jump. Rossi of Houston on the runway. And now you're looking live at the women's mile. This will be the first of 2 heats. 11 competitors in this first heat. Martina Rodriguez of Memphis with the fastest seed time of 4:44.92. The conference meet record held by Blanca Fernandez set in 2015 with a time of 4:50.11. The top 3 per heat, again, there's 2 heats, the top 3 per heat, the next 6 advance on time. And we're underway in the women's mile, first of 2 heats. Again, top 3 per heat will automatically qualify, plus the next 6 fastest times. And they'll make the break. The runners, the athletes from the outside will make a break for the inside. Looks like Rodriguez of Memphis out front. And she has the fastest time coming in. Kadaspati of UCF looks like she's running second. As I mentioned before, there's strategies for different events, and this strategy is to qualify and not have to put out a lot of energy, because the finals will be tomorrow. And some of these athletes will be doubling maybe the 3,000 or the 800. So depending on what events they're also running in will depend on how hard they want to run. But they just don't want to run too hard. They want to be able to conserve some energy either for these other events or at least for the finals tomorrow. So it looks like Rodriguez continuing to lead from Memphis. Kadaspati of UCF running second. We have Howard of Temple. And now she's back into fourth. Still a tightly bunched pack, so it's actually still anybody's race out of the top four, and possibly 5 and 6, as they're not too far behind that lead pack right now. Mazzy of Tulsa looks like she may still also be up in that top four. We'll wait to make the turn here. And it is her from Tulsa. Looks like Fleming, possibly of UConn, running third. And it's Panisi, actually, it looks like, from UConn, moving into second. So Rodriguez continues to lead. Panisi from UConn running second. And Archer from SMU in third. And bell lap for your leaders. And that is Rodriguez across the line first, 4:55.60. Parisi finishing second from UConn, and Archer from SMU third. So they'll be your automatic qualifiers into the finals. The rest will have to wait and see what happens in Heat 2. If they are one of the 6 top to get inside to the finals. And as you look at the end of the race, they're trying not to run any harder than they have to crossing the finish. Just kind of maintaining going through the line. And those top three will move on to the finals tomorrow. The others will have to wait and see if their time is fast enough to get them into the finals. And Heat 2, Anne-Marie Blaney of UCF has the fastest time, coming in 4:45.06. And the results are right there. Rodriguez, Panisi, Archer. So the next three, actually the next six, will have to wait and see if they have a time fast enough to get in. So Anne-Marie Blaney of UCF, she's the 3,000, 5,000 school record holder, past 2 years champ, and top time in the conference this season in those events. And it looks like she is in the mile. Also having one of the fast times in the mile is Charlotte Tara Murphy of SMU, who's run 4:55.06 this year. And the men's heptathlon long jump has concluded. They'll move on to event number 3, the shot put. Women will take their place over at the long jump for the pentathlon for their 4th out of 5 events. And Martina Rodriguez, who won that last heat, she is the defending champion, top time in the conference this season. So Martina Rodriguez of Memphis had the fastest time in the conference coming in, and she is the defending champion. And we're underway, heat 2 of the women's mile. And Blaney is your early leader from UCF. And as you can see, your leaders open up a big lead. Dunlap of Houston and running in second. Pearl of UConn running in third. Mentioned to you again, it's the top three. And it doesn't matter time-wise. The top three in each heat automatically qualify. So the runners that are behind, if that's not a very fast pace up front, they will need to pick up the pace, because there were some faster times, obviously, in the first section, first heat, excuse me. Looks like they're coming to the halfway point in the race. They'll have 4 laps to go. And they go through at about 4:32, which is 5:04 pace. So the ones towards that back pack there, or middle pack, they need to pick up the pace if they're going to get a shot to qualify into the finals. That's Dunlap of Houston running in second. Blaney and Dunlap running 1-2. Looks like Murphy third. She's from SMU. Pinson of Temple in 4th or 5th now. Wait till they come around, and he is in 4th place. And they'll be coming up to the bell lap. Blaney and Dunlap, and Pinson of Temple's moved into third. Murphy of SMU in 4th. You can see they're picking the pace up, the leaders, but so is the other group behind them. They're going to easily qualify, though. Your top 2 should easily qualify, and that'll be Blaney across the line from UCF and Dunlap from Houston. Winning time 5 minutes 63, 5:01:17. Dunlap getting second. Scahill of UConn came on late to take third, so and they will post the finalists in the women's mile shortly. Meet time is 12:24. The next running event will be 12:45, as the men will not have a trial originally scheduled for 4:30. So the men's mile will go straight to the finals tomorrow. And the next event up on the track will be at 12:45, the women's 200. The results are up. And Blaney ran 5 minutes 63, Dunlap 5:01:17, and Scahill of UConn running 5:02 and change. They will be your automatic qualifiers. We'll have to wait till they merge both heats together to see who else will get into the finals tomorrow. But this heat was not as fast as the first heat. So I would think most of the qualifiers are going to come out of that first heat. Heptathletes are warming up for the shot put currently, and the pentathletes are warming up for the long jump. At this time, we're going to take a break. You are watching coverage of the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. We'll be back in a little bit. Go ahead and get you a drink and something to eat, and we'll be back shortly. And we're back here at the Crossplex for the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships. And we're getting ready for the qualifying rounds of the 400, women's 400. Conference meet record set in 2016 with a time of 52:34, Willa McMillan. And the heat lane assignments will have Harewood of Tulane in lane 3, Williams of Temple in 4, Creer of UCF with the best seat time of 55:93 in 5, and Dawson of ECU will be in lane 6. I'd like to mention this is a 2-heat prelim here. Well, actually 7 heats in the prelims. They'll have a 2-heat final tomorrow based on time. So again, 7-heat prelim. Those of you who are new to track and field, indoor track and field, it's 2 laps on a 200-meter track for 400 meters. And this is Creer out front from UCF. Harewood of Tulane finishing looks like second. We'll wait for it to post. And it's actually Harewood that comes across the line first in 56:09. Creer finishing second. Actually, they both had the same time, it looks like, 56:09. And you can see that Creer was easing up ever so slightly. And Harewood just had the lead. Both getting the same time. Heat 2 will have Keith of Houston scheduled in lane 3, Chamberlain of UCF in 4, Bisalou of Cincinnati with the fastest seat time of 55:35 will be in lane 5, and Jones of Tulsa is scheduled in lane 6. And the lane assignments are posted. Again, Keith of Houston, Chamberlain of UCF, Bisalou of Cincinnati, and Jones of Tulsa. That's 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Stand, please. On your marks.
And we're underway. This is Heat 2. Bisalou of Cincinnati out front. And it looks like Bisalou hangs on from Cincinnati with a time of 56:27. And a correction, 55.27. Bisalou. Chamberlain from UCF running 55.37 for second. Moving on to heat 3, we'll have Gaston of Temple in lane 3. Charrington of UConn in 4. Robinson of Cincinnati with the best seed mark of 53.70. And Ness Create of Tulane will be in lane 6. So it's Gaston, Charrington, Robinson, Ness Create of Tulane. Again, they're in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Gaston at Temple, Charrington of UConn, Robinson of Cincinnati, Ness Create of Tulane. Just remind you, the women pentathletes have moved over to the long jump.
Set. Before the set, please.
This is Robinson of Cincinnati as she comes off the final curve and running strong through the finish. 55.41 for Robinson. So Robinson of Cincinnati, 55.41. Charrington of UConn finishing second, 56.85. Moving on to heat 4, we have Freeman of ECU in lane 3. Chapman of Memphis will be in 4. Hawkins of Houston with the fastest seed time at 56.15 will be in lane 5. And again, a nice race. And again, it's Freeman of ECU in 3. Chapman of Memphis in 4. And Hawkins of Houston in 5.
On your marks. Set. Heat 5 out, please.
That's Hawkins out front. Hawkins from Houston. And it'll be Hawkins from start to finish across the line. Her time, 54.89. So Hawkins from Houston across the line, 54.69, excuse me. That is the fastest time so far. We'll move on to, and this is her finishing. Hawkins coming across the line. Coming up to heat 5, excuse me, yes, heat 5. Lansden of Memphis will be in 3. Jackson of ECU will be in 4. And Lattimore of Cincinnati is scheduled in lane 5 with the best seed time of 56.29.
Stand in, please. On your marks. Set.
This is Lattimore of Cincinnati. But she is now being passed. Well, actually, they're still running side by side. Lansden of Memphis running second. Lattimore has gathered herself. And she's gathered herself so much, she crosses the line first. And Lattimore's time, 56 even. Lansden of Memphis finishing second in 56.80. Moving on to heat 6 of 7. Fogel of Tulsa. Fogel of Tulsa is scheduled in lane 3. Hines of UCF in 4. Jocelyn of UCF is in 5 with the top seed time of 54.96. And Grzycki of Cincinnati will be in lane 6. And again, it's Fogel, Hines, Jocelyn, and Grzycki. That's 3, 4, 5, and 6 the lanes.
On your marks. Set.
We're underway, women's heat 6, 400-meter dash. And here they come off the final curve. And Jocelyn of UCF crosses the line first, 56-11. Fogel of Tulsa finishing second, 56-76. We'll move on to Heat 7. And here she is coming in. Jocelyn of UCF across the line. Scheduled to compete in Heat 7. Surin of Connecticut will be in 3. Fagan of UCF in 4. Nolan of Houston in 5. And Singletary of ECU in 6. So Surin of UConn with the best seed time of 53.93. It'll be lane 3 for Surin. Fagan in 4. Nolan in 5. Singletary in 6.
Set.
And we are underway in Heat 7 of the women's 400. And it looks like Surin of UConn coming down the straightaway for the victory. Her time, Surin from UConn, 55.19. Nolan finishing second from Houston, 55.92. And we'll move on to the men's 400. Again, a 2-heat final tomorrow based on time. Meet record held by Bryce Robinson, set in 2015 with a time of 46.75. There'll be 6 heats as prelims. And it looks like Hawkins, Surin, Bisalou, Chamberlain, Robinson, Nolan, Lattimore. And 8 qualifiers for tomorrow's finals, 4 in each section, as it'll be a 2-section final in the 400. Same with the men. Holiday of ECU will be in lane 3. Clark of Houston in 4. Gunnarsson of Memphis with top seed time of 48.57 will be in lane 5. And there you see Holiday, ECU in 3. Clark of Houston in 4. Gunnarsson of Memphis will be in lane 5. And as the pole vaulters are on the runway warming up, and their event scheduled for 2 o'clock, so we're approximately an hour away. And now back to the men's 400, first heat. Looks like Gunnarsson across the line first from Memphis. Gunnarsson from Memphis, 47.98. Clark second from Houston. His time 48.19. Moving into heat 2. Dura from Houston is scheduled for lane 3. Concali of Cincinnati will be in lane 4. Again, Duroff of Houston in lane 3. Concali of Cincinnati in 4 with the best seat time of 48.89. And Komet of Memphis will be in lane 5. And that is Komet of Memphis across the line. Komet's time from Memphis, 49.07. Concoli of Cincinnati finishing second in 49.57. So we'll move on to heat 3. We'll have Morris of Cincinnati in lane 3. Brooks of Cincinnati will be in lane 4 with the fastest seed time in that heat of 47.39. Trocchi of UConn in 5, and Jackson of ECU will be in lane 6. And again, Morris in 3, Brooks in 4, Trocchi in 5, and Jackson in lane 6 from ECU. Trocchi from UConn. And we're coming around the final curve. That is Jimmy Brooks of Cincinnati will win this heat. 47-41 for Brooks from Cincinnati. Morris running 49.01 from Cincinnati's second. Moving into heat 4. And there is Brooks coming down the back stretch, the home stretch and winning. Lane assignments. We'll have Anderson of Tulsa in 3. Andrews of Memphis in 4. Stewart of Tulsa with the best seed time of 47.99 in 5. And Issam of Houston will be in lane 6. So this will be heat 4 out of 6 heats. So Issam of Houston out front as they go down the back stretch. And Stewart from Tulsa ends up taking it in 48.59. Andrews of Memphis finishing second in 49.10. So now we'll move into heat 5 of 6. And in lane 3 for heat 5 will be Bolden of ECU. In lane, he'll be in lane 3. Lane 4 will be Grassi of ECU. Lane 6, Hofstadler of Tulsa. Lane 7 will be Aminu of UConn with the fastest seed time of 47.44 in heat 5. So Aminu of UConn, he has the lead coming off the final curve. And he takes it from start to finish. .48.61. Hostetler Tulsa second with a time of 49.50. We'll be moving into heat 6, the final heat. And you see Aminu coming down the final straightaway in control. Wincher of Cincinnati will be in lane 3 coming into heat 6. And he has the best seed mark with 48.66. Walker of Memphis will be in 4. And Kunch of Tulsa will be in lane 5. And we're underway. And this is Wincher. Looks like of Cincinnati across the line. His time 49.33. Walker from Memphis coming second, 49.80. And we will be taking a short break in the track events as they are going to lower the curve. These are hydraulic curves. If you're not familiar with hydraulic curves, they can lower them for the sprint races as they come right through the far curve, or they raise them for the oval races. And the women's pentathlon long jump. Try to get an update on that. Men's heptathlon shot put looks like it's still going on. It's done. And it looks like that may be done. They're kind of huddled in a group, the pentathletes. Of course, the 800 meters will be their final event. That's the 5th and final event. And there's a live shot of the men's heptathlon shot put. And for them, that's their next to last event. Of course, the 800 meters is the last event for the women in the pentathlon. So they are done the long jump. We'll see if we can get the latest updates on the pentathlon scoring going into the 800. Reminding you to stick with us as the women's 60-meter hurdles will be up now. Here's the overall scores in the heptathlon. If you take a look. Briere of And we'll try to get back to the top. 1,737 points. Metzler tied with him, and Bloom is in third with 1,706 points. So that is your top three in the heptathlon. And that is after 2 events. And you're looking live now at the trials, the qualifying round for the women's 60-meter hurdles. There'll be 2 heats as prelims. Strackman of Connecticut, UConn, will be in lane 2. Whitaker of UCF in 3. She has the fastest seed time coming in, 8:48. And in lane 4 will be Hughes of Tulane. Lane 5, Roy of Houston. Lane 6, Creer of UCF. And in lane 7 will be Barnes of Cincinnati. Cheyenne Hutchinson in 2015 has the meet record of 8:26. The heat winner plus the next 6 advance on time. So 2 heats as prelims. And we are underway. This is John O'Winiger of UCF across the line first. .838 her time. And as you can see, Whitaker got out really strong and held that all the way through the 60-meter hurdles. Moving up to Heat 2. And scheduled to compete, we'll have Duckett of Tulane in lane 1. Gullery of Memphis in 3. Duckett is actually in 2. Pupolo of Cincinnati in 4. Palapolo of Cincinnati in 4. Sandy of ECU in 5. Doing of USF will be in lane 6, and she has the fastest seat time of 8:58. And Wiggins of UConn will be in lane 7. And we're underway Heat 2. We had one hurdler go down. And Duckett across the line from Tulane in lane 2 at 8:45. We one of the athletes are down. And that looks like Sandy of ECU possibly down. And that is Sandy. She caught a hurdle and she is down on the ground waiting for the training staff to come over. But Duckett of Tulane in lane 2 came across the line first. Just to let you know that the women's pole vault is warming up, and that event's scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. The women in the pentathlon will only have one event remaining this afternoon. That will be the 800. We'll try to get an update of when that will take place. And the men's heptathlon high jump, that is scheduled to take place 30 minutes after the conclusion of the shot put. And results of Heat 2, Duckett running 8:45, Wiggins 8:62, and Dooling 8:68. And thank goodness that Sandy is able to get up and walk gingerly off the track with some help from the training staff. Next event up will be the men's 60-meter hurdle qualifying, and there'll be 2 heats in that. Again, the heat winner plus the next 6 advanced on time. Marcus McWilliams has the conference meet record, conference championship meet record, set in 2016 with a time of 7:74. Looks like opening height in the women's pole vault will be 3 meters 52. 3 meters 52 is the opening height scheduled in the women's pole vault. And the meet record there is held by Clara Amat Fernandez, set in 2016 with a time, with a jump of 4 meters 22. Have a large field of vaulters. There'll be 22 vaulters in the women's pole vault. And Alyssa Appleby of Tulane has the best seed mark of 4 meters 22. So your lane assignments for the 60-meter hurdles will have Yarbrough from East Carolina in lane 1, Scott of USF in lane, Yarbrough's in lane 2, Scott of USF in lane 3, Ragland of ECU in 4, Latin of Houston in 5 with the best seed time coming in of 7:74. That will be heat 1 of 2. So that is Amiri Latin across the line first with a time of 7:94 from Houston. Coming in with the top time. And this looks like the qualifiers for tomorrow's hurdle women's final that was flashed on the screen. And getting ready for Heat 2. This is the Latin again from Houston, won the first heat in 7:94. Tornay of UConn running 8:35 for second. Scott of USF 8:51 for third. Getting ready for Heat 2. And Heat 2 will have Barrett of USF in lane 2. Williams of Cincinnati is in 3. Henry of UConn with the fastest seed time coming in for Heat 2, 8:05. Wall of UConn will be in lane 5, and Horton of ECU will be in lane 6. And as you can see, the women are still in the warm-up phase, as they have the bungee bar up. And that event scheduled for 2 o'clock, so we're about 12 minutes or so away. Plenty of great action on the track now with the 60-meter hurdle qualifying going on. And the gentlemen in the 60-meter hurdles getting ready to get down in their blocks. Looks like Williams of Cincinnati. No, correction. It looks like Henry of UConn. My correction. Henry of UConn in lane 4 across the line with a time of 8:14. Horton of ECU second with a time of 8:19. And that concludes the qualifying rounds in the men's 60-meter hurdles. And there is the replay of the race. And again, the results are up. Henry 8:14, Horton 8:19, and Wall of UConn 8:21. Women's 60-meter dash scheduled up. And we're going to take a short break here, so don't go anywhere. We have the women's 60-meter dash qualifying.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
When learning creates leaders, ideas are ignited, focus gets sharper, and service connects generations. We commit our expertise to heal, to discover, and to drive our region forward to a brighter tomorrow. East Carolina University. Tomorrow starts here.
To discover your power, you have to innovate, inspire, be up for the challenge, have the drive to achieve and the vision to transform. To unleash your power, boldly forge ahead to a place where nothing holds you back. This is the University of Houston. Welcome to the Powerhouse.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
At SMU, students and faculty work hand in hand to shape answers to real-world challenges.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a lesser person.
How can we strengthen human rights around the world?
It turns out computer malware is extremely...
How do we prevent cyber terrorism?
The limb comes off.
How can the human body set new records of performance? What can presidents teach us about leadership? From the SMU campus in Dallas, we're shaping the answers that will shape the future of the world.
And welcome back. We're here now for the women's 60-meter dash. And the lane assignments are Williams of UCF in lane 2, Martin of UCF in lane 3, Anderson of UConn in lane 4 with the fastest time of 7:41, Miles of ECU in 5, Henderson of Houston will be in lane 6, Smith of Houston will be in lane 7, and Massey of USF will be in lane 8. This is the women's 60-meter dash. The conference meet record held by Stephanie Kalu, set in 2014 with a time of 7:28. And if you've just tuned into this coverage and you're wondering what's going on, you are viewing the American Athletic Conference 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championship at the Birmingham Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama, where champions are crowned. As we wait for the athletes to get in the starting box, just want to let you know the women's pole vault will start at 2 o'clock, and the opening height 3 meters 52. And keep an eye on lane 4. That's where the favorite is, Taylor Anderson of UConn. And she gave way to Williams at the start, and there was no holding her back. Was Williams ran 7:40. Alyssa Williams of UCF. Sierra Smith of Houston finishing second with time of 7:46, and Anderson of UConn finished with the same time in 3rd place. So if you watch at the start, she did not have a great start compared to Williams. Moving on to Heat 2 of the women's 60-meter qualifying round. Heat 2 scheduled to compete. We'll have in lane 2 Samuels of Houston. Lane 3 will be Tori Williams of Houston with the fastest seed time of 7:45 in lane 3. Lane 4 will have Francis of SMU. She has a seed time of 7:46 right next to Williams. In lane 5 will be Woodall of ECU. Lane 6, Warner of ECU. And lane 7, Lyons of Tulsa. And Tori Williams from Houston across the line in 7:45 out of lane 2. And Courtney Warner of ECU running 7:48. She was out of lane 6. Moving to the final heat. And there you can see the replay. Moving to the final heat coming up. Lane 2 will have McCluskey of Temple. Lane 3 will be Carter of Houston. Lane 4, Gwynn of UConn. Lane 5, with the fastest seed time of 7:52, will be Brianne Bethel from Houston. Lane 6 will be Maba of Cincinnati. Lane 7, Birmingham of Tulsa. And in lane 8 will be Bellamy of UCF. Bellamy across the line, first from UCF with a time of 7:37. Bethel of Houston taking second in 7:51, and Mabah of Cincinnati, Carter of Houston, both running 7:52. That concludes the women's 60. We'll be moving into the men's 60 here shortly. Meet record by Cameron Burrell of Houston, set last year with a time of 6:57. That will be your top time, actually, for the fast sections to go after. And actually, there's 2 heats, not sections, so the heat winner plus the next 5 advance on time. And there are actually 3 heats instead of 2. So heat 1 will have Martin of ECU in lane 2. Hall Thompson of Houston with the fastest time coming in of 6:65 in 3. Ragland of East Carolina in 4. Chambers of Cincinnati in 5. Martin of Houston in 6. And Thomas of USF in lane 7. And again, the women's pole vault is underway. Men's weight throw is in the waning moments of their warm-up. Scheduled to start at 2:15, and we still have the pentathlon 800 coming up, as well as the men's heptathlon high jump, which will take place after the 60s. Women's pole vault 11.6.5. 3 meters 52 is the height. And we'll see who is asked to leave the starting line. See which lane is empty. So no disqualification on that. Quito from Tulane has a miss at 11.6.5. She just vaulted. Looks like the starters are giving someone a warning in lane 5. And it looks like lane 5 is out. And lane 5 is out. So that would be Chambers of Cincinnati. And we're back over to the pole vault. Brenner now. And she misses at 3 meters 52 from USF. Looks like lane 3 is also empty. That would be Thompson of Houston. And we have a clean start. Lane 2, Martin of ECU, but coming on at the end, it looks like possibly lane 7. We will wait for it to come up. No, Martin in lane 2 did get it from ECU with a time of 6:87. Martin of Houston actually crossed the line in lane 6 with a time of 6:87. And nipped him right at the end. Curtis Thomas actually had the same time. Thomas from USF also running 6:87. So very close. Can't get any closer than that. Heat 2 coming up of 3. We'll have Terry of USF in lane 2. Lane 3, we'll have Brown of Houston. Lane 4, we'll have Cook of UConn. Lane 5, we'll have Burke of Houston with the top seed time of 6:65. Lane 6 will be Fuller of Cincinnati. And in lane 7, DeMoss of Memphis. And it looks like Brown missed at 11.6.5 from USF. Starting with 22 vaulters. which is a large field. So you have Terry in 2, Hall, Thompson, excuse me, we have Terry in 2, Brown in 3, Cook in 4, Burke in 5, Fuller in 6, and DeMoss in 7. And Mario Burke across the line first in 6:66. DeMoss finishing second in lane 7 from Memphis, 6:67. Moving on now. And as you watch him come down the track here in the replay, very strong by Burke. Heat 3 will go next. Lane 2 will be Landis of UConn. Lane 3 will be Prejean of Houston. Lane 4 with the best seat time of 6:63. He's got the meet record from Houston, Cameron Burrell. And in lane 5 from Houston, we have Jefferson. Lane 6 from Tulsa, Anna Navarro. And in lane 7 will be Lewis the third from Houston. And Kiddo has cleared 3.52 from Tulane. Yeah, it's in the women's vault. So currently going on, we have the men's weight throw, women's vault. And we have more clearance in the women's vault. Like Bailey of UConn. We'll have to double check the school. And that was Bailey of UConn clearing the bar. And they're underway. This is the last heat. And that was Cameron Burrell of Houston across the line in lane 4. His time 6:68. And Anna Naba finishing second from Tulsa. A correction, that is John Lewis, the third, finishing second. 6:78. And he was in lane 7. We'll be moving on here shortly to the women's 800 meters. There'll be 2 heats in the women's 800 meters. We'll have an 8-person final tomorrow. Top 3 seeds will be on the outside break line. So the top 2 heat finishers plus the next 2 on time advance. Kelsey Cramsey in 2014 went 2:05.6. That is the championship meet record. There's a wide shot of the crossplex inside. Very beautiful facility for track and field. As we mentioned earlier, they have an auditorium where they hold swim meets on the other side of the hallway. And they also have an arena where they can play basketball or have wrestling and other sports and non-sports events. And if you've just tuned in, you're watching the American Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships for 2017. And the 800-meter run. We'll have, and this is the pentathlon women's 800-meter run. It looks like that will be up next. Now we have Urbano of Cincinnati. And Urbano of Cincinnati, Pooler of USF, Bryan of East Carolina, Loeffler. And that's the men's weight throw that's going on in the cage under the crossplex scoreboard. And Baker of Memphis up on the runway in the women's pole vault. The height is now 3 meters 67, 3.67 in the women's pole vault. And she clears that easily. And now over to the 35-pound weight throw. And they're raising the curve right now before they start this women's 800. And they've already participated in 4 events today. This is event number 5, so some grueling competition for the women in the pentathlon to end in the 800. And again, we're getting ready for the women's 1,000. Women's pole vault going on, 3 meters 67 is the height, and the men's weight throw is being contested. And they've just brought the high jump mat out, so the high jump for the heptathletes will be starting after they finish their warm-ups. They had to wait for the 60 meters to finish, the men's 60 meters, to pull the high jump pit out. And we are just waiting for the meet officials to give an okay when that curve is secure and ready to be run on. And we have a vaulter on the runway in the pole vault, and she's coming down the runway. It looks like Urbano is leading the competition coming into this. And Naomi Urbano is leading the competition from Cincinnati. She's the top point getter going into the final event. Nakia Pooler of South Florida looking for the team, looking for the individual scores coming into this last event. And there we go. Urbano has 2,951 points. Bryan is in second. Bryan has 2,870 points. Lightfoot has 2,829 points in third. Jones, 2,792 points. So that's your top 4. And the winner and placers will come out of this, those 4 most likely. And it looks like we're ready. The curve is secure. The starter is up with guns up.
On your marks.
And we're underway. Again, after 4 events, they're running the 800, and this was really the toughest event because it comes after all those events they previously had done today. I'd like to point out the winner of this race does not mean they will win overall, because somewhere in this race are the leaders who have more points and could have many more points than the current leader in the race itself. But it is always nice to end the pentathlon or any multi with a win in the last event. And we're coming up to Bell Lap. And that looks like Urbano, who was actually leading, and she was leading the competition in the pentathlon coming in to the final event. And that is Urbano, and she is leading Jones of Temple in second. But this will be Urbano. She'll not only win the 800, she'll win the whole pentathlon. Jones getting second. Stevens third from ECU. And we should be getting the full team scores up here. And that was actually Goffer who got third from ECU. And Goffer had the lead early on with winning the 60-meter hurdles. So in this 800, it was Urbano who was leading going in with points and leading going out. Jones from Temple second in this. Goffer from ECU getting second in this 800. We're waiting for the point totals to come up to tell you who actually is the point winner. Do not know if they've added those in yet, but it looks like they have. Urbano will be your champion from UConn, scoring 3,710 points. Jones from Temple. Looks like she got second. Naomi Urbano, though, is the champion from Cincinnati. A correction, I think I may have said UConn, but Cincinnati. Again, Urbano going around to her teammates and some of the other women who had finished this event. A lot of camaraderie in all the multi-events, whether it's a heptathlon, pentathlon, decathlon. A lot of camaraderie among the athletes. Doesn't matter what team. There's a special bond between these multi-event athletes. And on the track are the 800s. This is the first 800 coming up. There'll be two heats. So we'll have Parker of UConn with the fastest seed time for the heat 1 of 2:06.76. Monsees of Tulsa. Weatherhide of Cincinnati, White of Houston, Fatlin of Tulane, Over of Connecticut, Admonson of Tulane, Tillo Prats of ECU, and Trijado of UCF. That is Trahida of UCF. Looks like Over might be leading from Connecticut. And it is Over from Connecticut. Over from UConn. Leading, it looks like one of her teammates are right with her. That is Parker of UConn, also out front. Batlin of Tulane is right in there with the leaders. Bell Lap. Parker of UConn. Over of Connecticut, of UConn also. And here they come down the final straightaway, the two teammates. So Over of UConn running 2:11.52 and her teammate Parker running 2:11.72. They will automatically qualify for the finals. Heat 2 coming up. And we'll have the times have been posted in that first heat of the women's 800. Monsi's getting third, 2:11.89. And we're moving into Heat 2. We'll have Chamberlain of UCF coming in with the top seed time overall of 2:05.77. Foley of UConn. Sella of Tulane. Roney of Memphis. Sprout of UConn. Panisi of UConn. Bailey of Tulsa, Gonzalez of Houston, and Brown of ECU will be your competitors in Heat 2, women's 800 qualifying.
On your marks.
And early on, it's still anybody's race as we have a pack. We do see Chamberlain of UCF out front. Also, Bailey of Tulsa is right up there. And we still have a good pack of 5, maybe even 6 athletes as they're coming around the curve. Panisi, it looks like, in second from UConn. Chamberlain from UCF continues to lead. Panisi in second. And we see one of Panisi's teammates from UConn in third. And here they come around the final curve. And down the final straightaway. As Chamberlain puts a little lift in her step coming through, Panisi is coming through. And the idea is to qualify with the least amount of energy as possible. And there you have it, Rosie Chamberlain, UCF, 2:10.72. Alexis Panisi of UConn, 2:11.36. And her teammate, Katie Foley of UConn, 2:11.96. And next event up would be the men's 800. They will have an 8-person final tomorrow. The top 3 seeds on the outside. They'll have 5 on the inside, 3 on the outside. Then the break. That's how it's scheduled to run the 800. Top 2 heat finishers plus next 4 on time will advance. Well, Forest Church has the championship meet record of 1:48.13 set last year. And they're presenting the Pentathlon Awards. Jones from Temple was the runner-up. And Naomi Albano, your winner from Cincinnati. And a nice picture of the 3 in the pentathlon. Some great competition. Heptathletes are warming up on their last event of the day. That will be the high jump. And the pentathlon high jump meet record is 2.03 set in 2015. Set by Justin Sakari. And we will have, of course, 12 competitors in that event. So this is the heptathlon high jump. And start time is scheduled for 3:20. But they are out there warming up now, so Men's 800 scheduled for 2:45. And we're back to the women's pole vault. Sinkler from USF on the runway. And she had one miss going into this height. Now she has 2 misses. Brass up on the runway now for the women's pole vault. Brass from Cincinnati. And that's her second miss at that height. And we're back here at the American Athletic Conference Live. And I'm with Naomi Urbano from Cincinnati. One tough Bearcat. You had an outstanding, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, we met earlier, yes.
Yeah.
So maybe it was good luck we met each other.
I guess good luck.
So we meet again. Tell us a little bit about how you felt about everything today.
Well, it was a great competition. I was really nervous, but like everything ended up being great. So I'm really happy.
Now, you know, you're out there, you're really nervous. Does getting the first event, the hurdles, out of the way, does that kind of ease the nerves?
Yeah, actually, the hurdles was like the event that I was nervous for. So PRing in that was like wonderful.
Oh, well, you know, you always take a PR, and that helps. Because the more PRs you have in the competition, the more points you're going to have. So,
yeah.
Now, how long have you been at Cincinnati?
Almost 2 years.
So you competed here last year in the indoor championships.
Yeah.
And what kind of future goals do you have for this event that you're in? You moved to the heptathlon outdoors.
Well, I want to win the heptathlon too, and of course PR. And well, I'm just trying to break school records. Yeah.
I think you're trying to comprehend what you just did today with that smile.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, so, and here's the highlight of the end of the race. You not only won that race, you won the whole, as we say in the U.S., ball of wax.
Yeah.
That was outstanding. What'd you think to end it with a victory in the 800?
I couldn't be happier because it's been a rough time since last year. So winning this championship helped me a lot to gain my confidence back. So I'm really happy.
Well, now you can move forward, correct?
Yeah.
With plenty of confidence. Maybe take a few days rest and comprehend that you're champion. Yeah. And then get back to hard work, huh?
Yeah, just keep working hard and keep going with my goals.
Well, it's a pleasure having you up here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got a winning smile, so that's going to carry you a long way.
Thank you.
And we'll hope to see you outdoors maybe win a championship.
I hope so. I'll work hard. Oh, nice to meet you.
And we're watching the men's 800 right now. And that was the first heat, excuse me. Igorati of East Carolina, he had the fastest heat time coming into that race. And he ran 1:49.81 with the fastest heat time. And I wait for those results to come up. I did not catch the time that he ran 1:53.76. The Tucci running second at 1:53.98, so quite a race. We will move into section 2, or heat 2, of the men's 800 coming up. And as I told you earlier today, we would have a lot of action on the track, and it certainly has taken off here this afternoon. Section 2, we're going to have Chavez of Connecticut, who has the fastest seed time in Section 2 of 1:49.35. We'll also have Laverty of Houston, Ibarra of Houston, Klatt of Memphis, Tully of Tulsa, DiVienza of Connecticut, and Solanels of ECU. And we're underway. Heat 2. And they went through the 456 and change. So that looks like Chavez of UConn out front. Tully of Tulsa right with him. Chavez and Tully. And we have quite a race coming down the backstretch into the curve. So it's Chavez. And now the sprinting begins. And they ease off as they cross the line. So Chavez of UConn comes across first at 1:53.78. Salinels of ECU second, 1:53.89, and Ibarra of Houston third, 1:53.95. And there you see him sprinting down the line and then easing off. Women's pole vault still at 3.67 meters. And again, the heptathletes are over at the high jump. Men's weight throw competition, that is still going on. And they are posting the top times from both heats. And the top finishers will go to the finals tomorrow. Next race on the track will be the women's 200 meters. Meet record in the 200 meters. held by Latessa Johnson, set last year with a time of 23:48. There'll be 6 heats in the prelims. And there'll be a 2-heat final based on time. And Sinclair has 2 misses at the current height of 3.67 meters. So she is from USF. She will have to clear the bar to remain in the competition. And she knocks it off. So she is now out of the competition. And they're over to the weight throw area. And somebody must have just thrown. It looked like they were measuring, possibly. 35-pound weight throw for the men. And this looks like an athlete from USF. Do not have his name in front of us, but and here's the replay of it. And it looks like he almost fouled. I did not see a red flag go up, but and now we're back to the pole vault. Looks like Quito of Tulane. And she has 2 misses at the height 3.67 meters, so she needs to clear this height or she will be out. And she is out of the competition. And I'd like to mention, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, why should you be doing anything on a Saturday but watching the American Athletic Conference's second and final day at the Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned, and we're going to be crowning a lot of champions plus team champions. So we hope you will come back and view us tomorrow. And we have a foul in the weight throw down in the 35-pound men's weight throw. And he looked like he got his feet tangled up as he was spinning. But the main thing, he's okay. Might have hurt some feelings, but he walked out of the ring. So Davis is up in the men's weight throw from ECU. And as you can see, he stayed in the ring and had a legal throw. But yes, we hope you will be back to view us tomorrow and see some great final day indoor track and field action. And the bar in the women's pole vault is at 3.82 meters, 3.82 meters. And that looked like it went out of the sector. I'd like to mention that the Houston men are looking for their third straight title. Again, this would be their third straight title. And on the women's side, the UConn women are looking for their third straight title. And he walked out of the front of the ring, so that is a foul. Neat record in the men's 35-pound weight throw championship record held by Edwards set in 2015 with a throw of 19 meters 91. Moving into heat one of the women's 200, we'll have Williams of Houston in lane 3. And she has the best seat time at 23:60. It looks like Baker has cleared 3 meters 82, 12 feet 6 1/4 inches. In lane 4 of the 200, we'll have, and there's a replay of her clearing that height, Baker of Memphis. Brenner will be up next in the pole vault. Jocelyn of UCF is going to be in lane 4 of this first heat. Martin of UCF in lane 5. And Anderson of UConn will be in lane 6. Women's first heat, 200-meter dash. And that is lane 3 across the line. Tori Williams of Houston. Her time, 23:74. Martin second with a time of 23:99. And there she is coming off the curve. Williams. Nice smooth stride finishing up. Martin of UCF looked like was second. And she was. Moving on to heat 2 coming up. We'll have Williams of UCF in lane 3. And she has the top seed time of 24:24 in heat 2. Shurin of UConn will be in lane 4. And Hawkins of Houston will be in lane 5. And we're underway. This is Heat 2. And that looks like Williams across the line. And that was from Williams from UCF across the line. In that last heat, Heat 3, we'll have Singletary of ECU in lane 3. Birmingham of Tulsa has the fastest seat time, 24:24 in lane 4. Carter of Houston will be in lane 5, and Bizzaloo of Cincinnati will be in lane 6. And that was Birmingham across the line. 24:30. Bizzaloo finishing second, 24:37. Birmingham out of lane 4 from Tulsa. And Bizzaloo from Cincinnati out of lane 6. As you see them on the replay crossing the line. Heat 4 will have Woodall of ECU in lane 3. And those are the results now posted on the screen here. 24:30 the winner. Heat 4 will have Woodall of ECU in lane 3. Dawson of East Carolina in 5. Woodall in 3. Dawson in 4. Warner of ECU in 5. And Sierra Smith of Houston in lane 6 with the top seed time of 24:23. And that will be Smith on the outside, coming across in 24:04. from Houston. And Warner finishing second in 24:15 from ECU. We'll go on to Heat 5. We'll have Lattimore of Cincinnati in lane 3. Bellamy from UCF with the top time of 23:97 will be in lane 4. And again, they post the finishing times for this last heat, with Smith at 24:04, Warner at 24:15. Back to Heat 5. We'll have Lyons of Tulsa in lane 5 and Francis of SMU in lane 6. Again, Lattimore in 3, Bellamy in 4, Lyons in 5, and Francis in 6. And that looks like lane 4 across the line. And that is Bellamy of UCF. Moving on to Heat 6. Winner of Heat 5 was Bellamy with time at 24:08, followed by Lattimore of 24:49. Heat 6 will have Robinson of Cincinnati in lane 3 with the best time at 24:16 coming in. Lane 4 will have Bethel of Houston. Lane 5, Omajbini of Houston. And lane 6, Chavez of Memphis. And outside lane, Chavez of Memphis across the line in 24:18. Robinson in second. Correction, Bethel in second, 24:37. And here you see them sprinting to the finish. We'll move on to the men's 200. Two-heat final tomorrow based on time. There'll be 4 heats in the men's 200. Meet record held by Bryce Robinson, set last year with a time of 27:73. And there are your 8 finalists. They just flashed up here on the screen. Lane assignments for the men's. Heat 1 will have Latin of Houston in lane 3. DeMoss of Memphis with the best time of 21:35 coming in Heat 1. He'll be in lane 4. Gunnarsson of Memphis in 5. And Amunu of UConn will be in lane 6.
On your marks. Set. White plate.
And DeMoss across the line in 21:18 from Memphis out of lane 4. Moving on to Heat 2, we'll have Martin of Houston in 3. Cameron Burrell had the fastest time in the 60 meters from Houston. Will be in lane 4, and his top seat time is 21:18. Horton of ECU in 5, and Ragland of ECU in 6. Meanwhile, the women's pole vault is at 3 meters 82. 3 meters 82, the women's pole vault. Again, we have Martin in 3, Burrell in 4, Horton in 5, and Ragland in 6.
Stand in, please. On your marks. Set.
And the second heat is underway. Cameron Burrell is in lane 4, so that is one of the lanes you want to watch. And Cameron Burrell comes across the line first. 21-19. And we're going to move on to heat 3. Heat 3 coming up. And that is Cameron coming across the line as he's up. So we will have Martin of ECU in lane 3. Brown of Houston in 4. Hall Thompson of Houston in 5. And Cook of UConn will be in lane 6. Brown with the fast seat time at 21:51. And Martin in 2, Brown in 3, Hall Thompson in 4, and Cook in 5. That's a correction. It's actually Martin in 3, Brown in 4, Hall Thompson in 5, and Cook in 6.
On your marks. Stand up, please.
And we still have the men's and women's long jump, it looks like, warming up. That's scheduled to start at 3:30, both the men's and women's. Women's pole vault continues to go on, as well as the men's weight throw, 35-pound weight throw.
On your marks. Set.
like lane 6. Cook 21-6. Across the line first. And that was, looked like Burke pulling up from Houston. Looks like he's walking okay. He may have just had a muscle spasm. We hope he's okay so he can compete tomorrow if he has any events. So this is the results. Cook 21-62, Martin in second in 22.05. Women's pole vault at 3 meters 97, 3 meters 97. We got Brooks, lane 2, Parham of Connecticut in 3, Burke of Houston in 4, and John Lewis III of Houston in lane 5. Burke of Houston with the fastest time of 21:41 coming in.
Stand in, please. On your marks. Stand up, please. On your marks.
And we're underway for heat 4, the final heat. And here they come on the final straightaway. Burke coming across in 21:32. Parham of UConn finishing second. And we're coming up to section 1 of 2 in the women's 5,000. And the meet record in the women's 5,000. And Marie Blani set in 2016 with a time of 16:31.30. And we have 18 in that first section, 18. Scheduled to compete. Justine Anthony of SMU has the best seed time of 18 minutes, .53. And that is .83, 18 minutes, .83. Women's pole vault again at 3 meters 97. And listed at 5,000. And Anthony has the best time from SMU, 18 minutes, .83. And we're underway. This is section 1 of 2 as a final. 18 athletes scheduled to compete. The men's and women's long jump should be getting started here shortly if they've not already started. The heptathletes are still high jumping. This is their final event on the first day. And they'll have 23 laps to go down on the track for the 5,000. Reeser of East Carolina now leading, Caroline Reeser. And we have clearance over in the pole vault. And that is one of the heptathletes clearing the bar over in the high jump area. And the long jump, men's long jump going on, as well as the women's long jump has just started. And this is a high jump from one of the heptathletes. Do not know what the bar is, but this is the beginning. So it is probably not that high. Looks like we have another leader. Nicole Lee of Tulsa has moved to the front. And the men's long jump, Corey Crawford has the meet record, 8 meters 22, set in 2014. As men are jumping in the long jump. There's 14 jumpers. Jermaine Jefferson of Houston has the best seed mark of 7 meters 67. And it looks like Wood is out of the pole vault. 3 meters 67. She is out. Again, she had 3 misses at the 3 meter 67 height. Lambeth has 2 misses at 3 meters 97. And we're back to the pole vault, women's pole vault. Women's pole vault, women's long jump. Has 2 flights. The record held by Asha Ruth, set in 2014 with a jump of 6 meters 19. Flight 1 in the women's long jump will have 9 competitors. Best seed mark is Sandra Ekblom of Memphis. Pole vault height at 13 feet and a quarter inches if we're talking feet and inches. Kerr is just long jump 24 feet plus over in the men's long jump area. The fight 2 of the women's long jump, which will be after the conclusion of fight 1, they'll have 9 jumpers, and Samuels of Houston with the best seed mark of 6 meters 08. And I have 11 laps to go in the 5,000. See if we can again, this is the first of 2 sections in the women's 5,000. And we have a lot going on right now. Many people feel like indoor track's a 3-ring circus, and it certainly is, with the women's pole vault now up to 4 meters 07. We have the men's and women's long jump, the heptathlon high jump, and it looks like the men's weight throw could be over. That looks like that has concluded, the 35-pound weight throw. And if that is the case, the women's 20-pound weight throw is scheduled for 4:15, so they should be making their way over there. They will probably be warming up shortly. And Darina Baker of Memphis has 1 miss at this height now, 13 feet 4 1/4 inches. And we have clearance at that height, 4 meters 07. That's Appleby of Tulane, making on her first attempt at 4 meters 07, 13.4 1/4 inch. Parker's on the runway now for her attempt. Jane Parker from Memphis, and She gets a no height on that attempt. And we have another clearance. And that is Pitts across and over the bar, actually, from Tulane. So her first attempt at 4 meters 07, and she is over. Former world-class vaulter himself, Doug Fraley, is the coach of the vaulters at Tulane. Stacy Taylor leads the 5,000 from Tulsa. Three laps to go for your leader. And this is some action down in the long jump, the women's long jump. So there's all kinds of action on the field as well as the 5,000 meters on the track. That was a miss in the pole vault earlier. Stacy Taylor of Tulsa has 400 meters to go, 2 laps, and she continues to lead. Parker of Memphis on the runway, it looks like. Stacy Taylor coming up, bell lap. And this is the first section of 2 in the women's 5,000. And she'll be coming onto the final straightaway. Stacy Taylor of Tulsa. She'll be the first section winner. Her time, 16:47.89 for Stacy Taylor. And we will leave finishing second in 16:58 from Tulsa. 16:58.3. Nicole Lee of Tulsa. Katie Lesher of Temple finishing in 17:06.09. So that's your top 3. Pole vault action is at 4 meters 17, 4 meters 17. And we have clearance in the pole vault. Try to pick up who that vaulter was. That was a Tulane vaulter who just cleared 4 meters 17. And that was Appleby, Alyssa Appleby of Tulane, clearing 4 meters 17. And we still have athletes on the track trying to finish in this women's 5,000. Looks like Parker on the runway from Memphis. And that's a miss. That's her first miss at 4 meters 17. So we know we have Appleby and Parker still left in the competition, even she only has 1 miss at this height. See if we can pick up the next vaulter, who's also from Tulane. And that is your weight throw winner. And it looks like Coach, possibly, or another participant. He has the tag participant on there, either way. The bar in the women's pole vault, 13 feet 8 1/4 inches, which is 4 meters 17. Parker of Memphis on the runway. And that's a replay of that miss. And we're waiting for that second section of the women's 5,000 to appear on the track. In the meantime, we have plenty of field events going on. Women's pole vault, men's and women's long jump, heptathlon high jump, and the women's 20-pound weight throw. The women's second section scheduled to have 18 competitors, with Anne-Marie Blani from UCF, the fastest seed time of 15:55.69. And Carson Pitts of Tulane on the runway. And she has a seed best of 4 meters 02. Jumping now at 4 meters 17. She has 1 miss at this height. It looks like we had clearance in the heptathlon high jump. We might have a reader board where we can tell you the height right now. This is Pitts at Tulane. And she stalls out on that attempt. Not happy at all about that one. Again, that height is 13 feet 8 1/4 inches in feet and inches. Looks like maybe the second flight of the women's long jump warming up. And that's 2 misses by Parker from Memphis. And that is 3 misses actually, so she is done for the day, Parker of Memphis. And Carson Pitts back up for Tulane. And she stalls out. So she has 3 misses. She's out of the competition. And Appleby, she'll be the next vaulter. And the height has been moved to 4 meters 27 in the pole vault. The bar moved to 4 meters 27. Alyssa Appleby. That would be a new conference meet record if she clears this height. And she'll have 2 more attempts at that height. Her coach, former world-class vaulter himself, Doug Fraley at Tulane. And Miss Appleby is trying to get to that position of being a world-class vaulter. "14 feet would be a nice clearance, putting her at another level. And again, the women are warming up, looks like for the second flight. Men's long jump is 1 flight, so. And we have clearance over at the heptathlon high jump. And Appleby back on the runway. And stalling out, she'll have 1 more attempt. And the women's 20-pound weight throw is still being contested. I don't have an update on that, but that event's still going on. So Alyssa Appleby trying to get some pointers from her coach, Doug Fraley, on her how to approach her final attempt in this vault. Her final attempt at 4 meters 27. And of course, if she clears 4 meters 27, she will get 3 more fresh attempts. So Alyssa Appleby, only vaulter left in the competition right now. And it looks like she's going to go with a new pole for this attempt. Much like a baseball player has more than one bat, or a golfer has more than one club, she's bringing out another pole. Take this attempt at 4 meters 27. And Alyssa Appleby on the runway. Again, this would be a new conference meet record. And the crowd's starting to get behind her. What a valiant effort. Took 3 shots at the 4 meters 27, and it could be that she was just a little bit tired from that vaulting. Looked like her run down the runway was not quite as much zip, but certainly a championship effort by her, and she will be your champion for 2017. The American Athletic Conference Women's Pole Vault Champion. And it looks like they trying to figure out how many jumpers are left in that heptathlon high jump. In the women's and men's long jump, we had 2 jumpers taking off at the same time, opposite ends. So both long jumps, men's and women's, are still going on. And St. Fleur jumping for Temple just jumped over in the women's long jump. Looks like it may have been a foul. Nope, she jumped 5 meters 63, St. Fleur. 18 feet 5 3/4 inches. And the women's 5,000 second section now making their way to the starting line. 18 athletes in that second section. Top time 15:55.69. And Marie Blaney and she has the school record, past 2 years champ, top time in the conference this season in this event. Also someone to look at, Emily Durgan of UConn, running 16 flat 95. So they'll be your two favorites in this second section and overall in the 5,000. And a nice jump over in the long jump. We're underway in the women's 5,000. This is the fast section. So as we start out, 18 runners scheduled, and you can see the long line of the 5,000 meter athletes. Second section of the women's race. And basically this early on in the race, they're just trying to feel the race out, feel their competition out. This looks like Gomez Eisling of SMU in the lead. We'll try to check that hip number again. No, it's her teammate. And she's missing a hip number on the outside, but it looks like Hannah Miller of SMU. who has previously run 16:17:44. Blaney is in second, and she is defending champion as the top time, 15:55:69. It looks like she's just going for the ride right now. Durgan of UConn running in third. So we still have a long ways to go in this race. So it's Hannah Miller, Anne-Marie Blaney, and Emily Durgan running 1, 2, 3. And it looks like the men's long jump has possibly finished. Women still in the second flight of the long jump. And the pace has started to quicken now with the top three opening up a gap on the rest of the field. And we have a new leader. Emily Durgan of UConn now has moved to the lead. And it looks like the pace has quickened even more. She's throwing a surge in at this point. So Durgan of UConn's opened up about a 10-meter lead, it looks like. Anne-Marie Blaney is quickening her pace to try to get back in it with Durgan. And Blaney has closed the gap down on Durgan. So she has climbed back into the race. It's Durgan of UConn, Blaney of UCF. As Miller is falling back from SMU. So Blaney's now in the lead, and Durgan is in second. "12 laps to go." And Blaney looks like she has picked up the pace as Durgan's dropping back now. Miller running in third. Hannah Miller from SMU, who had an early lead. And we have clearance over in the heptathlon high jump. So 8 laps to go, 1 mile for the leaders. And Blaney has opened it way up. From Blaney from UCF, Anne-Marie Blaney. And it looks like the bar in the heptathlon high jump is at 2 meters 04. And what a clearance over in the heptathlon high jump. 2 meters 04. And your leader goes by, 800 meters to go, 4 laps to go. Anne-Marie Blaney of UCF. And we have a miss over at the heptathlon high jump at 2 meters 04. So less than 400 meters now for your leader, Blaney. And Anne-Marie Blaney, the defending champion, she will be getting the bell lap here shortly. As she is ready to attack it now this last lap. And looks like she's got a little bit of a kick in her going down the back stretch. Anne-Marie Blaney around the final curve now. And here she comes onto the final straightaway. And she will win the 5,000 American Athletic Conference record, a new meet record. Looks like Hannah Miller finishing second. 16:16.84, 16:07.85 was the winning time. And here's a sprint down to the finish for third place. And it'll be Durgan of UConn crossing third. And the results, Anne-Marie Blaney of UCF, 16:07.85, a new conference championship meet record. Hannah Miller of SMU finishing second, 16:16.84. And Emily Durgan of UConn getting third, 16:45.38. And we have clearance over the heptathlon high jump. the crowd is very boisterous over at the long jump area. Looks like they are actually the men's long jump. Let's see, they are warming up for the finals, it looks like, or they may be in the finals. We haven't gotten word, but they are still jumping over there. These are some of your finishers finishing in the women's 5,000. Next event up on the track will be the men's 5,000. That is scheduled for 4:40 Central Time. So we know some of you are getting this feed in different parts of the country. We are in Central Time here in Birmingham, Alabama. The men's 5,000 scheduled for 4:40 Central Time. A nice picture over at the award stand as the teammates step up together on the championship podium. Alyssa Appleby, your winner from Tulane, and her teammate, and getting some words from Coach Fraley of Tulane. Definitely knows how it feels to win a championship. And still action going on in the men's long jump. Here comes the high jump again over the heptathletes. And he will make another attempt at that height. And now coming up is the men's 5,000. The athletes are moving up. Meet record held by Ernest Cabet, set in 2014 with a time of 14:31. 17 competitors in this event. Adam Rodriguez of Tulsa has the best seed time of 14:19:43. Women's 20-pound weight throw still going on under the giant scoreboard. That is the video scoreboard. This is Kerr from Houston now jumping over at the men's long jump. And in the high jump, the heptathlon high jump. We still have a jumper, at least one jumper left, looks like. So he makes his attempt at the bar. A foul by Kerr in the long jump. Landis from UConn now on the runway in the men's long jump. And Landis fouls. And Scott from USF, the last jumper in the heptathlon high jump. And Nyamek jumps 7 meters 22 over in the men's long jump. This is Scott. And looks like Sneed. And that was a replay of the long jump by Nyamek. And Sneed's long jump, 6 meters 92. Daniels is up, it looks like, in the long jump. And this is Bloom over the bar, so there was another jumper left in the competition. And the bar's at 2 meters 13. Now 2 meters 13. Bloom from Cincinnati. Again, this is the final event of the day for the heptathletes. That was Horton of ECU in the long jump. Looks like he jumps 7 meters 21. Waiting for that board to come back around. 7 meters 21. And Bloom, he goes over the bar at 2 meters 13 in the heptathlon high jump. wondering if he, look at that, just getting over. Looks from his reaction that was a PR. Looks like that may have been his best jump ever. He was so overcome there. So Bloom is quite a performance there. And we'll see what the bar goes up to next. Mr. Bloom will try to compose himself to get ready to tackle another height. The men's 5,000 is underway. And here comes Mr. Bloom again. Looks like Babinek of USF leading. That's in the men's 5,000. Running in second is Patrick Begley of UConn. Bloom back up and getting ready to jump now again, and he gets it. (7-1). Waiting for them to turn the reader board so we can get the exact height. Bloom having quite a competition in this heptathlon high jump, setting personal bests. .438.8 at the mile for the leaders. Michael Babinek of USF continues to lead. Begley of UConn running second. His teammate Brackman of UConn running third. So Bloom looks like he's back ready to take another jump, set another personal best. Let's see what happens here. First attempt. Okay, second attempt for Mr. Bloom at the new height. And nice attempt there. He'll have one more attempt at that bar. Meanwhile, the 5,000 continues to go round and round and around. With Babinek continuing to lead from South Florida. Begley of UConn continues in second. And Brackman continues in third, and that's been going on for many laps now. .3,000 meters to go for your leaders. There's a throw down at the women's weight throw. Looks like they may be warming up for the finals. Not positive on that. But I did not see a measurement come out, so they may be warming up for the finals right now. And a new leader now, Bagley of UConn, decides to go for it and take the lead. And it looks like his teammate has followed him. And Bloom back up. And some nice tries there from Mr. Bloom at the next height. He had a wonderful high jump. And from his reaction, it looked like he had some personal bests. And that will be the final event for the heptathletes for today. They'll come back tomorrow morning when they will resume the competition. Heptathlon 60-meter hurdles at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So it's Bagley out front from UConn. It looks like maybe Tulsa has a contingent now that has moved in behind them. That looks like Ord of Tulsa running second. Five laps to go. Looks like Ord, possibly of Tulsa, and Rodriguez of Tulsa moving out. Looks like Tulsa's actually running 1 through 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the early leaders have now dropped off. And it looks like a cross-country style attack by Tulsa. And it looks like we're going to be in the waning moments here of this 5,000. As the Tulsa group has decided to make a go for it, and they have widened it out. Looks like 400 meters to go, 2 laps. And they're still going 1, 2, 3, 4. And as they come around now, Tulsa will get the bell lap. Looks like Prisoner of Tulsa might be up front, Rodriguez. But here they come in, and that is Pressner. And they're going to kind of come in together, Rodriguez. And it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 sweep for them. Winning time, 14:30.85. Second, Rodriguez, 14:30.91. Del Rosso, 14:30.99. And this is Prisoner coming across first with his teammates in tow. And actually, he led a lot of the race towards the end there. Del Rosso finishing third. And other than the still a few athletes out on the track, women's long jump still going on, and that should be in the finals. Also the women's weight throw looks like they're in the finals. And if they're not measuring, they are in the warm-up, but they are measuring. There was a foul down there, so. Next up will be the women's distance medley. And the meet record held by UConn, 11:35.64 set last year. 10 teams scheduled to compete, with UCF as the best seed mark of 11:44.30. But we also have UConn, Houston, Tulane, Cincinnati, Temple, SMU, Tulsa, USF, and ECU in the women's distance medley. So that event should be getting on the track here shortly. And these will be the final running events of the day. I want to remind everyone that tomorrow the meet will start at 9 a.m. Central Time with the heptathlon 60-meter hurdles, the second day of the heptathlon. The field events will start, regular field events will start at 9:45 a.m. Central Time, and the first running event final, the mile run women, will start at 11:15 Central Time. So wherever you're at, please make your adjustment and join us tomorrow. And that is over at the women's long jump. That video. The distance medley women is just about ready to start. Cunningham from ECU is on the runway now for the women's long jump. And as they make the break, it looks like Houston out in front, Tulane in second. So they're leading off with the 1200 leg, or 3/4 of a mile, whichever you prefer. It is 6 laps around the track, the first leg. Those of you who are new to track and field, indoor track and field. And Woods up on the runway for UConn in the women's long jump. Meanwhile, Houston's leading in the distance medley women, followed by UConn, it looks like. And SMU moving into third. Looks like 400 meters to go. 2 laps. Back over to the women's weight throw. Samuels of Houston up on the runway in the women's long jump. And here we come to the exchange. That is UConn out in front, Houston in second. This is the 400-meter leg. It's UConn, Houston. And it looks like Temple making a move now into second. Mada now on the runway for Cincinnati in the long jump, and she runs through it. Coming up to the handoff. And it looks like UConn out front. This is the 800-meter leg. That'll be 4 laps around the track in the distance medley. They will eventually hand it off to the milers, or 4 laps around the track. Excuse me, 8 laps around the track. So it's UConn, Tulane, and Temple right now. Walker coming down from ECU on the runway, and she does not look real happy on that. That was a foul. And things are happening fast and furious here on the field, in the throws, and on the track. So it's UConn, Tulane, Temple, Houston, SMU. And SMU now has moved into second. And this is Gill in the long jump from USF. Sitting back, though, which will not help her move up in the standings as she's sat back down. So we've got UConn, SMU running 1-2. And it looks like Tulane has moved into third, and they're making a move towards second. Let's see what happens here as we get ready to hand off. And it is UConn. Tulane takes second in the handoff. SMU will not let them break. And they're going after UConn very quickly on the backstretch. Now they've seemed to settle down as it's, I think, the UConn athlete senses they're coming up behind her. So it's UConn, SMU, and Tulane. UConn, SMU, Tulane. Temple is in fourth. And Temple looks like they're trying to make a move to get back in it, but there's quite a bit of distance between the top three and fourth. Over to the weight throw. And the ECU athlete does not look very happy on that throw. And UConn, SMU, Tulane. And Temple has kind of closed things down on the third place runner, the third place team. And they are making a charge at Tulane right now, Temple. And if she makes that move around her, she's going to be closing it down on the SMU runner, it looks like, as she is picking up steam. We got 800 meters to go now. So let's see what Temple has left. Tulane runner looks like they're straining a little bit as they arch their back, so does not look like they'll be able to get back into it, but Temple certainly has. And they are going to try to put away SMU next. Let's see, SMU is up to it, and they are. They're holding Temple off, but now Temple makes a move around her on the straightaway. And they're making a charge, Temple and SMU at the leader. But UConn now looks like they've picked it up a little bit on the backstretch. And they may be stretching it out. And UConn does look like they're stretching it out. 400 meters to go coming up for the leader. SMU now has moved back into second. Temple has run a game race here, even getting back that close. But they may have, just judging how she's going around the curve very tight, they may have spent themselves. So we're going to be going on to the bell lap. UConn 1 lap to go, SMU in second. And Temple in third. And it looks like Houston's going to make a charge towards Temple, as the Temple runner is running like she has spent herself. And Houston is trying to mount that charge. Meanwhile, UConn is going to be conference champions as they run it down the final straight. SMU's going to get second. And here comes Houston. Let's see if what Temple does. The Temple runner is going down. (11:32.66) for UConn. And you got to admire the tough, gutsy leg that Temple ran on their ankle leg. Even though they did not move up into the top three, eventually falling back and getting eighth, but a gutsy race by the Temple ankle leg. And UConn running a new conference record in the distance medley. Old record 11:35. And Connecticut's time, 11:32. (11:32.66). And also SMU may have gotten under that old record, but UConn, the new record holders, actually they were the record holders, so they've just sealed the deal again, setting the meet record 11:32.36. We'll be moving up to the men's distance medley here shortly. Looks like the women's long jump. Waiting to see if that has concluded. Right now there's no one on the runway, and it looks like the jumpers are putting their warm-ups back on, so looks like the women's long jump has concluded. The women's weight throw still looks like they're contesting that event, as there's still meet officials out in the throwing area. And some nice pictures of the relay teams together. There's Houston. We've already seen the winners. So the meet record in the men's distance medley is held by Tulsa, set in 2016 with a time of 9:56.46. And scheduled to compete are 7 teams. We'll have East Carolina, Houston, Tulsa, USF, UConn with the best seed time of 9:41.71, Cincinnati, and Memphis. And again, once again, we want to encourage everybody to join us tomorrow as day 2 of the American Athletic Conference's 2017 Indoor Track and Field Championships will resume starting in the morning, 9 a.m. Central Time, with the 60-meter hurdles heptathlon. 9:45 Central Time will be the high jump women, and 11:15 Central Time, the mile run women's final. Men's DMR getting ready to get on the track here shortly. And you're looking at the weight throw going on. And that looks like a good throw. So those of you who don't really know the weight throw, that's a 20-pound ball at the end of it. The men throw 35 pounds. And there's a lot of torque on the shoulders in that event. That's basically the indoor event version of the hammer throw outdoors. Difference is the hammer throw has a long cord. The weight throw is, as you can see, is just a short handle, basically, and not really a cord at all. Just hangs, it's almost on a swivel. And that is a foul. And again, another beautiful view of the crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama, where champions are crowned. And we're back to the weight throw. And that looks like a good throw and a far throw, judging from the reaction of the spectators down there. And we're underway, men's distance medley. And again, they'll start with the 1200 leg, or 3/4 of a mile leg, as most people would recognize. So that's 6 laps around the crossplex track. It will then pass off to the 400-meter legs, 2 laps. And then to the 800-meter legs, 4 laps. And of course, the finishing up 8 laps for the mile. And still early, too early to call who's up front, but UConn looks like they're up there with. And we'd have to wait till they come around the other side to see who's leading with them. So we see UConn, ECU, Cincinnati. Basically, they're all tucked in there together. Looks like Memphis, Tulsa, USF, Houston. Tulsa seems to be trying to get a spot on the outside. And UConn now is starting to push the pace on this first and opening leg. So it's Tulsa out front. It's UConn out front. Tulsa in second. Houston in third. Now Memphis looks like they're moving up to make a move. So Memphis now. And at the handoff, it's UConn, Tulsa, Memphis, Houston, ECU, USF, and Cincinnati. And Memphis has moved to the lead, but Tulsa's trying not to let them get away. UConn is right there also, and Houston's not too far behind, but we're coming up to the handoff. And this will be the 800-meter legs. So it's Memphis, Tulsa, UConn, Houston. And it looks like 400 meters to go for the 800-meter legs. That's 2 laps. And 1 lap to go now for them. And we'll be coming up to the ankle legs. And it's Memphis and Tulsa handing off just about together, followed by UConn and Houston. And Tulsa has opened it up on this leg as they got that baton together with Memphis. So it's Tulsa, Houston, UConn, Memphis. And again, Tulsa leading Looks like Houston is trying to eat into the lead. And UConn also is right there with Houston, and they are starting to eat into the lead. We'll see if the Tulsa leg can gather himself, as they've got 800 meters, actually less than 800 meters to go. And Houston's trying to make a charge. UConn is going for the ride behind Houston, letting Houston do all the work, and they are cutting it down big time on the Tulsa runner. And it looks like the Tulsa runner, his stride is short. He's having trouble moving his arms, and it looks like he may have conceded his spot, but let's see. As UConn has slowed it down a little bit, and you do not want to let Tulsa back in, and he may be doing that as they spend all that time to catch up. So we'll see if the Tulsa leg gathers himself again. They've got 400 meters. We'll see if any of them have a sprint at the end. Right now, the Houston runner looks the best, basically. So they're going to come one lap to go. And the Tulsa leg, he's going to try to make it right here. He's making his move. They let him back in the race by slowing the pace down after they caught him. And he gathered himself, and he looks like he's pulling away. Houston's trying to make a late charge. And here we come down the final straightaway. And Tulsa's going to hang on. Houston second, UConn third. .28.2 the last 200 meters for the leader from Tulsa. And let's take a look at that as he comes in across the line. He looked like he was a goner after they had caught him, but they slowed the pace down instead of just going right by him and trying to take his heart away. And he found that heart and was able to cross the line and gather himself, actually, the last 200 meters, run 28 point to put away the victory. So distance medley relay champions, UConn with Tulsa with a time of 9:52.01, and that would be a new conference championship meet record by Tulsa. So congratulations to them on a nice victory. And we're going to try to get the team scoring here shortly. Again, there are the scores. Houston also breaking the old record along with Connecticut, UConn. Top three teams broke the old meet record, which was held by UConn. Correction, held by Tulsa, excuse me. And it looks like the women's weight throw is still going on, and we'll wait. We're going to try to post the team standings. Long jump awards going on. Looks like University of Houston has taken first, second, and third. It looks like a sweep by Houston. So that looks like 24 points towards their team standing with a sweep of the long jump. Big points there. And you put that 8 points with the second place in the distance medley for Houston. That's 32 points they just took. So a great way to leave the first day of the meet on the men's side to score 32 points out of those last two events, the long jump and the distance medley combined. Tulsa scored a lot of points in the 5,000. And they scored over 30 points if you combine the distance medley and 5,000. They scored about 40 points if you combine the 5,000 and the distance medley combined. This is the women's long jump. Looks like UConn took third place, an athlete. Houston taking second, an athlete from Houston. And the Cincinnati Bearcats, their athlete. And she won by 1/4 of an inch, so doesn't much get much closer than that. And we're over to the weight throw now. And that is a good throw. They should be coming down to the final throws shortly. Big crowd of teammates down there from the different teams supporting the women in the 20-pound weight throw. And you can see the men's long jumpers and from Houston and the female long jumper that placed, that medaled. Celebrating a little bit. And it looks like Cincinnati is stopping down towards the weight throw area. So I imagine they have a weight thrower. They're coming down there to support. And the UConn, a distance medley, it looks like. Getting their photograph taken. And it is their distance medley team who set a meet record of 11:32.36. And here's the men's team rankings. See if that can come back up again. And Tulsa has 50 points, and they got quite a bunch of them out of the 5,000 and winning the, taking 1 through 4 in the 5,000 and then winning the distance medley. And Houston taking second in the distance medley and sweeping the long jump, has 30 points in second. UConn in third with 32 points. USF has 25 points. ECU 20 points. Cincinnati 15 points, and in seventh is Memphis with 13 points. Should be quite a second day battle for the men's title. As it's distance points versus sprint points, it looks like, between Tulsa and Houston. We're still in the finals in the women's weight throw. And a nice throw there by the Houston thrower. And her teammates are down there. And take a look at that throw in the replay. Straight down the middle. And again, another nice picture of the women's distance medley team from UConn. And another big throw. And you can see how she got into that throw. One of the big things in the throws, such as the hammer and discus and weight throw, is balance, so you don't, that momentum doesn't take you out of the ring and you foul. There's a lot of torque on the body in those throws, especially the weight throw, hammer throw, and discus. As you can see, the ECU thrower landing on the ground. And the women's team's rankings now. Cincinnati has 48 points. UCF is in second place. And we'll see if they can come back up. Houston's in third with 28 points. UConn has 27 in fourth place. Tulane has 23 in fifth place. So SMU with 21 points in sixth, followed by East Carolina 15, Memphis 12. Looks like Cincinnati has a distance on second place. Temple 11 points. USF 10 points, and Tulsa's in 11th with 8 points. So there's about a 17-point difference between first and second place in the women's competition. And we are still in the weight throw. Looks like a ECU thrower there. And the awards for the distance medley and the weight throw will take place tomorrow, the women's weight throw. And our next thrower up in the ring for the women's weight throw. And a nice throw. She's clapping her hands like it was a good one. That was a foul, that last throw. As her foot went over the circle. And that's a good throw. And another throw almost out the sector, but still in to be measured. That was the thrower from Cincinnati. Put a long throw out there, but almost out of the sector. Again, quite a group of spectators down there from the different teams that have competitors in this finals of the women's weight throw. And it is nice to see that the teammates come down and support the throwers at the end of the meet. And this is an ECU thrower, and there's a lot of ECU athletes down there. And they're in the final round, it looks like, as they are in their 6th attempt. That was Baker of ECU. Imchi of SMU on her final throw. Attempt number 6. And she fouled. So we're down to 7 throwers now. Edwards Campbell of ECU. He's throwing in the 7th position. And she fouled. Actually, she's in 7th place. My correction there. And Durant of UCF now. Again, this is the final round for all the throwers in the women's weight throw. And that is a long throw, but let's see if that was good enough to move her up in the standings. She's in 6th place. $18.28 on that throw. Carter up now from UCF for her final attempt. And it's just about right, almost down the middle. $17.38 on that throw. And we're moving into Gobourne from UCF. She sits in 2nd place, it looks like. This is her final attempt. And judging from the cheering, that was a good throw. Gobourne in 2nd place. $20.21, a great throw there by Gobourne. This is Green of UCF. Looks like she's currently in 4th place. UCF has quite a few throwers that have made the finals in the women's weight throw. So it looks like they may get quite a few points here in the finals. And that was a foul. As you see, her heel was, she stepped out of the circle. Scaffey of Houston up next. She sits in 3rd place. And that is a good throw. So it looks like we're down to 2 throwers left. $19.97, a decent throw there. It's an exciting final with some good throws in it. And Cincinnati's thrower, who was in 1st place, fouled. Let's see if we have anybody else that's going to throw that we may have missed. That was Wake from Cincinnati. And this looks like this will be it, as they've got the orange cone. It's usually signifies at the end. We just want to make sure, and that is it as the officials are start moving in. The women's weight throw has concluded, and that concludes the first day of the meet as far as competition. So if I just And what a great first day for the American Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Championships. We hope you'll be with us tomorrow and join us for the exciting action here at the Birmingham Complex, which is known as the Crossplex, Birmingham Crossplex, where champions are crowned. And we've crowned quite a few individual event champions, and tomorrow we will also crown the team champion. So we will see you tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. the heptathlon.